Legend. A word with promise of history written in stone. Legend foretold of a land long and far, its sanctum drizzled with magma, darkness, skies crimson red, and mountains cutting through the anxious clouds. It is here on this hellish nadir that legend was born, and would most surely be tested through the eye of the beholder. Long ago lived a symbol of beginnings and ends to our lives. The galaxy brings gifts, and these gifts are spread far and wide. There lived a treasure from unknown territory, far beyond legend. One born for archival, tainted with our very pasts, presents, and futures. An emblem only the most powerful could harness. This emblem would be known in myth as the Iris Emblem. It seeks to protect the course of nature by paving neutral peace against divergent chaos. The emblem originated from a solid foundation floating through our cosmos, a mystical paraphernalia named Ether, plummeting toward a chasm-like magma boulder. It is there that a gateway to the afterlife was created, an open breach for the deceased to roam free. There stood the first two beings to walk this abyss, sent from afar. Two strays from outer worlds, in pursuit of the emblem, Father Tyrant and Lady Fate. Born from unknown territories to us, it was here they had scattered the molten field in search of what they desired. Days turned to months. Minutes began to feel like a millennia. Alas, what they were destined to find was merely a morsel of what laid among the horizon. Several lost souls roamed this hellscape. Darkness engrossed the layers of rock with a sentient and darkened energy. Many of these souls lived with a thickened layer of evil attached to them, emitting vitriol resonance. But of course, many projected a more fragile presence, coupled with ones of courage. It so happens that this land has existed for centuries. Devoid of life, it became a field of hopelessness and decay, souls violently swinging for one another. It appears the core was nothing shy of harsh territory for both Tyrant and Fate, a land recalled in tales as the Depths. There, on the apex of the Depths, lived a ruler of these spirits, King Vysen Pavavori. Exterior like charcoal, interior of bloodshed, Vysen had allowed anarchy to breed through the depths and continue the damnation for eons. He is said to have given up on peace, as it was a formidable work of fiction and fantasy, and thus order through trials of fire were put in place. Father Tyrant and Lady Fate climbed to this peak, as night turned to day, without a glimmer of what night and day meant here. Once reaching the top, the warrior from within spoke to their instinct, pushed for ingress between the gates of this fortress, and land prey to a battleground where the trial by fire commences. And so the fight begins. Foreign heroes against the Pavavori tribe. It is with great haste, suspense, sacrifice, and pride that long after the fight, Vysen had been dethroned, laying on the ground in remnants of ash. Before he could perish, fate and threatening fates were beckoned to the two heroes.
Pick the fruit from a tree and it will come down. With no plateau beholding comes the end to the crown. That's thee cast blindness to the shadows up there. Lay haste to the paradigm born from blackness glare. Not even we of coal may proclaim victory. As a deep looming manifest will create darker history. Bipolesian, Crostanoctus, Anxosax, Tormentus and Grief, their immortality would thrive, as when all would join forces, bring out the Mother Hive. Heed those words well, and pray not go unguided. Such is the Pavavori's final smile, when your world becomes sorely divided. We will never be too far, so perish, as you may have already decided.
Fog clouded the room as Tyrant emits one final cast of his staff. A wormhole is opened where the Pavavori colonials perished, sent to live in an eternity of nothingness forever. Suddenly, what was once blocked from entry A liquid substance floods from the fortress, and what was once merely a ring-shaped crevice filled with substance in a matter of minutes, what we would come to call Omen water, a purification liquid. It is with this victory Tyrant and Fate built a brand new order for the depths. New decrees were made to keep order and peace in harmony. They discovered the Iris was capable of harnessing far more than just spiritual essence, but was driven to bring extra protection and power through the Omen water. Post-haste, Lady Fate combines the river with the Iris emblem, and is now capable of purification in spirits and delegation between those that are corrupt and those who were born for something more. As new spirits came flooding through the lands, more would land in the Omen rivers. Those who were corrupt were banished to the same endless void the Pavavori colony remained. Those who remained untainted were given entry to the Onyx colony and remained there forever in a new afterlife. Years had passed, the depths was colonized, creating societies made from the crimson onyx they stood upon. However, the new world flooded with colony civilians, and the depths had become overwhelmed. It was decided that many needed to leave. Knowing they could never banish innocent souls, they had trained many up as the Arcadian soldiers in the event of an evident overturn, casting them abilities risen from the mystical entities they beheld. While these soldiers were trained for combat, they were in for far more cataclysm than once thought. The eruption of their wormhole had brought a dark matter to life, breeding a new devious energy across their scope. Built from unknown origin, creatures started falling from the sky in the form of paradigm worms and leeching light from the depths as they dug underneath its surface, charging straight towards the core. Such a curse had not gone unprepared, as Tyrant had planned for days like this one, as did the heeded warning from the fallen Pavavori. As such, he recruited the finest soldiers in the land to help protect what was soon to become the Age of Calamity once more. 20 of the greatest Arcanes and Legion soldiers, in their few, marched alongside Tyrant and Fate through dangerous territories not explored since dawn began. Many days and months passed, soldiers, kings and queens still marching through gusts of anarchy. They encountered their first monstrosities blocking their path. Each born from the culmination of paradigm worms leeching off the planet, it seems they needed this essence to slowly become true to life in the form of chaotic and blackened creatures sizes bigger than our own. The Claustronoctus, feral and feline-esque, the Bipolisian, a venomous and eight-legged nightmare, and the Anzosax, an aviator of destruction.
In the fire lay a champion bold. May their arms be bathed in gold. Legend only tells of the woe and dwells to regain what they were foretold. For together in the cave they stood, for they knew that the cave would flood. Yet they sung a song to remind them they belong with the gods that they understood. What would tell of the monster they bear? Was the beast in their blackened glare? We've a demon in us all, unleash havoc on the call. Bear your arms and be aware. Enter the jaws of dawn. merely a floating rock to many who heed this tale. But for every star that explodes in space has a new tale to tell. This is the beginning of a new dawn on the planet we know as the Depths, a volcanic land inhabited by the first two beings to walk on Earth, Father Tyrant and Lady Fate, passing through to this barren floating planet. Sooner or later, their world was about to be filled with many who passed through after them, in the form of an alliance to protect what they had founded and to control their next lives on Earth's ground, residing in a castle built out of the very ground they stood on, known as the Purgaprime. Here, souls would purify themselves in the Omen water that lay in front of the castle, guarded by large protective walls glazed by Fate's protective veil. For those who brought peace and goodwill to the land and reaped the rewards would pass on as the land's soldiers, the colony. For those who have brought destruction and anguish will dissolve in the water and never to be heard of again. And for those who lived troubled lives and meant little malice to the world, would reside in Fate's garden to help channel her energy into the sky and keep the Omen water pure, as it would be the two things that would protect their symbolic emblem in the sky, known as the Iris, seer of all things, knowing of all pasts, presents, and futures. This proud land has existed during the first meteor strike to hit planet Earth in its prehistoric ages. The Depths is not what most would think. The Depths is the very meteor itself, floating in perfect orbit along to harness the very kinetic energy needed to create the Depths. The Depths had never been seen by Earth's very eyes, as combined together, Tyrant and Fate were able to harness their magic entities to mask the Depths inside a cloak that protect them from overseers. Since its beginning, the Depths has been long since known as a myth to all. Order was ready. However, such simple beginnings could not go without an evil that emerges before them. A rift in space had shattered open a wormhole that brought forward this broad light essence. Upon the wormhole closing, millions of sentient particles floated in the air and formed a dark energy that would create the land's very first beast to roam the world. The size of a kaiju, the wingspan double its own size, and a large scythe-like tail. This was no ordinary beast. This was the amalgamation of millions of sentient particle creatures choreographed into one unstoppable force, known only in legend as the Motha Hive. Untamed and archaic, the Motha Hive would storm towards Purgaprime and seek its prey, to maybe cease life on the Depths as we know it. And that, my fellow traveler, is where you come in. You, born into this land as a noble soldier of the colony, must band together with our combined energies to destroy the minions of the Motha Hive and charge towards it in hopes of slaying the foul beast and locking it away in what we call the Encrypt. Though our numbers may be few in comparison, we trust you have yourself prepared. Before you valiantly slay this beast, you will need your weapons, your health stones, and an assortment of potions at your disposal. You can either use them to heal yourself or use them to heal someone else. However you wish to move forward is of your intuition. You will all require skill, energy, teamwork, communication, and an artist's heart to tame what could very well be our last days on the Depths. Move forward, champions of the damned. Onward to the jaws of dawn.
We call upon the colony's soldiers in register form. Amber.
Here!
Astrum.
Here, as always.
Aurelia.
Here.
Axel.
Here.
Crimson. Crimson.
Sorry.
Death on ears, I see. David.
Be up for the battle, sir!
Easy there, soldier. We're not started yet. Ezekiel.
Present.
Father... Ooh, that's me. Galfron.
Present.
Gibraltar.
at your service, false tyrant.
Nolan.
I'm here, sir.
Hero.
Here.
Isaac. I think I heard a little bit of that. John.
Here.
Koga.
Awaiting orders, sir.
Crystal.
Sir, yes, sir.
My dearest Lady Fate.
At your service, darling.
Laika.
I'm here, Father Tyrant.
Leo.
Here, sir.
Navid.
Here, sir.
Nocturne.
I am here, sir.
Reinhold.
Present.
Vermilion. I believe Vermilion might be mute. Victor.
Ready for fight, Tyrant.
It seems you're available. These are all the soldiers as part of our damned quest against all of the beasts that plague the depths. We're about to entail you into several different battle states for what appears to be a Dungeons and Dragons dungeon crawler and Pokemon Dynamax experience with 20 campaigners. I believe that's one of the biggest that we've seen, and it's going to be a bit of a blast for all of you. In this, we're going to reveal so many different beasts, so much lore for you all to unveil. And by the sounds of it, a lot of challenge up ahead. First of all, before we begin, I want to thank the Legion soldiers for taking a part in observing and monitoring the playing fields to show us what we'll expect. I'm so happy that all the crew that we have seem to be strong and passionate as ever. Without further ado, I'd like to begin this perilous journey with a little introduction.
Travelers, it is time to march forward. We are now in the Motha Hive's lurking grounds, on the other side of the depths. I trust you're all sensing the energy looming closer. I warn you all that a brisk storm will commence once we see the Motha Hive. You'll want to be careful about how you use your weapons and skill sets. We, Tyrant and Fate, will be your guides. Some lives may be lost, but your struggles won't go in vain. Soldiers, you're about to lay waste against the Clusternoctus, Bipolisian, and Angzersax. Good luck, travelers. Now watch out!
We're about to face off against the evil enemies, Clusternoctus, Bipolisian, and Angzersax. They're emerging right now! Dear God, their mass compared to us is astronomical. We must begin our combat right away. Starting off with David. What do you choose to do? You can either attack, heal, charge up, or help.
Ensued for hours before the soldiers all took their victory lap as the depth's first threats fled from the scene.
The slain. The Bipolisian is now slain, and all that remains is the Clusternoctus and the Angzersax. Well done, Victor. The Angzersax is defeated. There is only the Clusternoctus remaining. Quickly, everybody fire on the Clusternoctus as we move on to the next turn. Ezekiel. That is all the beasts slain in this realm. Well done, absolutely everybody. You did it. Be proud. Every single one of you.
Team.
You did wonderful.
Good job by all.
How are y'all feeling throughout that first round?
We
Pretty
live
good.
to see the next day.
Confident and
We're
strong.
gonna pass out.
Well done.
You guys have done, for your first round, you all have done really, really well.
You've all done very,
Thank you, ladies.
very well. Your strategies performed very well. But this, but this isn't the final level. This was only a first taster of what's to come, as we're about to go inside the cave, which will lead us out to the other side. Who knows what's going to be in that cave? Only time can tell. Let's continue.
Soldiers, the beasts are indeed slain. However, this is not the end for you. Stop! We are now in the center of a pitch-black void, and dare I say a point of no return. We've come too far to flee now. We must make haste and be prepared for what grievances the abyss has for us. What was that shriek? Stand your ground! It appears we may not be alone here. There are pitter-patters and squelch noises that can be heard. We may have stepped inside a nest. We're in complete darkness. It is now time to use our instincts. Work together as a clan. You'll need to reignite the flames inside this room in order to see your enemy. Sadly, for those who had not chosen the fire arcane, you must stand your ground. Move around if you must to slay as many bloodthirsty creatures as possible. For those with fire arcane, you will be tasked to retreat to the entrance of this cave. There is a gauntlet we passed that seems to act as a trigger mechanism. Use your might to emit a flame on the rope. I have a feeling that might come in handy. Once all flame arcanes are at their maximum, they will ignite together, and perhaps all will be revealed to us. We can only hope to escape soon enough. For now, tread carefully, soldiers.
It looks like we're finally inside the cave. Who knows exactly what's going to be inside this place? All we can do is look around. So for Water and Lightning, you will be tasked to walk around and try and slay as many of the bloodthirsty creatures inside this. They should be very weak, so you should have no problems. However, if you had chosen the Fire Arcane, you will be lighting up this gauntlet right here, which should have a level of 500.
Traveling through the Cave of Blind Fortunes, Tyrant and Fate found a gauntlet and summoned many to ignite the flames once more, bringing light inside the Tomb of Unwanted Shadows. To their misfortune, they were not alone here. Paradigm worms lurked on the cave walls and on the ground. Soldiers were tasked in clearing the landscape from parasites until the time the gauntlet can be reignited. Many took the leap to travel far, and many had chosen to stand their ground. But after time took its course, the gauntlet was ignited, bleeding those flames through the cave.
Congratulations. You managed to light up the gauntlet, and now the cave is lit. Well done. Now we must count how many Paradigm were left and remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Well done. You guys did absolutely wonderful. Didn't take too long either. Some of you were walking for extra miles, which is insane. You guys did wonderful. I can count you all as soldiers, but it looks like we can see everything. I wouldn't hold your breath anytime soon. We're about to face off against... Here it comes! Oh my goodness! This is a beast that unlike any other! Oh my god, it's... the Grief Worm! We're about to face off against a giant worm with 1,000,000 jaws. We are gonna start with David, what do you wish to do?
Became visible, there lay a manifestation of chaos, larger and more hellish than the last. The Grief Worm stood tall, boasting millions of jaws surrounding its entire body, capable of constricting several at a time, and using its many jaws to tear through flesh, bones, and even consuming spirits. The fight was not lost, and while many of the soldiers remained wounded, desperate for help, but sacrificial in others' own wealth of life to keep them alive above all, the Grief Worm was defeated, and also fled from the tomb.
You have slain the Grief. You've slain the beast.
Well done, soldiers.
Well done. That is absolutely valiant of you. So far, you've all, except for one maybe, made it out alive. You slayed the beasts in each and every crevasse. Wonderful of you. One would think that this was the end, correct? One would think this is where we get our frown, and that's it, we're finished, we're done, we're fine. Not necessarily. There's still more journeys ahead of us. But for now, I wish for all of our soldiers to just take a quick moment to have a break. We will be right back, where we will slay our final beast once and for all.
It appears all had been banished from the depths. The air grew thicker with silence. The end of the tunnel felt nigh. Tyrant and Fate decided to set camp for their squadron overnight to heal from their wounds. Day turned to night once more. Many songs were sung in merry cheer, laughter inbound. It was clear in their hearts victory was theirs, and they could safely retreat home. But, unfortunately, happiness was merely temporary.
Welcome back, my soldiers. It seems as though everybody has rested firmly well. Although upon the resting, it certainly seems that everybody was basking in their glory, as they've beaten not only the beasts, not only the paradigms, but they've been basking in the glory of what they've nicknamed as Earthworm Sally, laughing and jollily marrying throughout the entire sleep and slumber. They knew what had to come next, though. I hope you're all prepared, because this is going to be a big, big event that you really won't want to miss. How are you all holding up, by the way?
Doing well.
Holding
How
up
are
all
you
right.
doing?
Doing very well.
Ready for the carnage.
I'm ready for anything.
How
I'm ready.
How
I'm
quick-
doing Great. Father Tyrant.
Better than level 1.
You're doing very
But
well.
how was Father Tyrant doing?
I'm very confident. We've only lost one soldier throughout this round. You guys have done incredibly well to reach it to level 3. In what might be our final battle. This'll be incredible. A monument amongst all. And I thank you all for participating. I thank you for participating in this campaign. We joke, we banter, but as we part towards our merry way, who's ready to take on the final boss?
I'm ready.
You're ready.
Let's begin.
Let the rivers run away.
I'm ready.
I'm ready, Father.
Well, let's prepare.
Kill this thing once
Ready
and
as
for
I'll
all.
ever be.
We sleep
May the iris
once
bless
more.
all of you.
We sleep once more.
arena.
Well done, soldiers! We have slain the almighty Grief. You must understand what you've done for this land. The Grief Worm was absorbing the magma core from the center of this world. Without it, the material we harness would break. The bridge would collapse. There'd be no more life in the great beyond, and we would cease to exist. While many of you have succeeded in our quest, let us not forget those who have died alongside battle. We must head back to celebrate. You will all be recognized as true warriors. You put your lives on the line to restore power here and will not go unrecognized. On the walls will stand the tallest of memorials. Your names will go down in history, including those who have perished. Badges of honor for all who've helped in our aid. Let's head back now. Wait a minute. Stand your ground. I fear this is not the end after all. My God. What in the good Lord is that terrifying beast? It's bigger than our palace walls. Wait a minute. No, it can't be. This was only forged in myth, the legend. It's true. The wingspan triple its own size. Large lanterns. Its slender posture, the tail on its back extremely sharp. And those menacing eyes. Soldiers. We may not make it out here after all, but we're about to face off against the most horrible and gargantuan parasite we have ever seen. We're about to fight the Mother Hive. Soldiers, onward!
We are gonna commence the fight right now! We're off against the biggest creature known in existence, the Mother Hive! At 3,000 health, attack monumental, and its defense, breakthrough, and weakness are completely unknown to us all, so we must strategize completely. David, it is your turn first. What do you wish to do?
Soldiers had their souls absorbed. One by one, many had fallen. Sacrificial healing was bestowed from allies, and if not for those sacrifices, may have stood the test of time together as one. Trying to keep one alive meant many had perished all the same. To Tyrant's astonishment, however, all but one had fallen, and as the final bow for the soldier was taken, all hope felt lost.
This is the closest battle we have ever seen in our entire lives. Do you not realize how nuts this is? Vermilion, you're gonna keep attacking. I see you there. 9 times 2 is 18.
No!
Wow, that hurt. What happened?
It's at 2 health.
2.5 or 2?
2.5. Oh! kill this thing!
Okay, Mother Hive. Pay as well. Pay as good. What battle state were we on again? Second state, right?
Yes.
16.
Fuck, that hurts.
16. And their arcane is water.
No. Vermilion has fallen.
Vermilion has fallen.
That's it. All of my warriors lost to the swarm. All hell is going to break loose in the depths as we know it. It's doomed. It would take a miracle, a sign, anything to change the outcome of this peril. Wait a second. The talisman, Devil's Bargain. One successful flip of the talisman can grant even our most desirable wishes, and under grave circumstances should this be used. However, I must sacrifice something in return to give us a fighting chance. Alright. I'll call upon the souls of the damned, wicked criminals that once plagued Earth and passed on through the Purgaprime water stream. As much as we hate to say this, they too still have power somewhere in the world. In order to activate this talisman, I need to sign over something to them. For them to decide the fate of whatever we sign over to them, I shall make this quick.
Well, Father Tyrant, in the flesh I see, still fighting through the inevitable chaos.
Very funny, oh Dark Ones. You're there for a reason. Remember your place.
Face it, Tyrant, you need us. Oh, how the hay in the needle stack has become ever so unwelcome. What is it you desire, old and croaked one?
My army is vanquished. The Motha Hive has become a reality and is about to destroy the very Earth as we know it.
Did you just mention the Motha Hive? My God, we leave you alone for an eternity, and that's what you end up causing?
Do not be mistaken, foul ones. This is not of our own creation. In fact, if I didn't know any better, this creature was your own.
Have you seen that freak? Tallest beast in the world, untamable by nobody? Do you not think this means it would harm our very lives as well?
All fair points. So it seems we have an equal understanding. A foe in both of us.
Fine. We must take it down. But, as you remember, Tyrant, business is business. It's tradition for you to offer something in return.
What is it you require?
Let it be set in stone. Tyrant, when the mightiest fall, your firstborn, they will pass through to the other side, right here, where they'll be tortured for an eternity. A noble and humiliating sacrifice. What did you say?
You horrible creatures! I should have you banished!
Remember who you're talking with, and remember what lives are on the line.
You win.
Marvelous! What a splendid turn of affairs. Very well, here is your talisman. Let us pray that this flip will bring back your army to vanquish the common foe.
I must leave.
Oh, and do be sure to send us a postcard once in a while. We'd love to hear more about your boy.
We have the fate sealed in this very talisman. We must make the right flip. 1, 2, 3. Soldiers! You have been revived from your tombs! I have made a deal with the damned to bring you back! Now onwards! Slay the parasite!
Tyrant looked down, and as a tear shed from his eyes, The soldiers were revived once more, being given a second chance. They all banded together once more, channeled their arcane energy, and charged for the Mother Hive. It seems while Mother Hive may have been weakened, the beast was capable of bringing one final blow to Tyrant and Fate. They drew blood, and the blood lay waste to Mother Hive's claws.
The monster may have been weakened. However, it still has one final blow to give to our noble warriors. Father Tyrant runs in front of his soldiers and casts his staff as the Mother Hive lunges its tail into the colony, and with a quick swipe, the staff was able to save them and cracked open the sharp stinger on the creature's tail. It lay still on the floor. However, Tyrant and Fate had both drawn blood. It is now on Mother Hive's hands. With the colony defenseless, they prepare for the worst fate. Suddenly, the Mother Hive grows still. Its belly begins to glow. Brighter and brighter it gets. It opens up as a loud shriek from the creature emits once more. A strange specimen falls out of the belly and lands in front of them. The Mother Hive has grown weaker and plummets to the ground, no longer able to attack it. It appears the beast is now contained. Tyrant orders the colony to grab what they can of the creature and travel back to Purgaprime to lock it inside their most powerful fortress, the Encrypt, where it will lay there forever. Father Tyrant and Lady Fate, however, wounded in pain, move slowly towards this mysterious anomaly. It appears to be an egg. Mother Hive must have bonded its own dark matter with the blood of another. This was no ordinary beast. It was also a surrogate. The egg doesn't look like it will hatch anytime soon. What appears to be inside is not dark matter, nor human. It appears to be a hybrid of both.
The soldiers banded together in victory once more, collected the remnants of the Mother Hive, and left to return back home. Tyrant and Fate, however, remained with this newfound creation. It was a rather oddly shaped egg, emitting a purple haze wrapping around a dark essence. Days of concern went by as the travel home felt even more tiresome. But out of surprise, the egg began to hatch. And what was inside came out neither dark matter nor human, but what appeared to be an amalgamation of both. A new breed had become of the depths and was adopted into care by Tyrant and Fate. What felt like a victory to them gave new inspiration for the name and legends they would write for this new member to the colony. And it was written that Goliath was born.
Enough of being cryptic. It feels so weird. So this is a very personal and close to home kind of album. This is something I've always done with original songs. I've always wanted to make a story around it. I've always wanted to make it as crazy as possible, vague enough for anybody to understand, but it holds its stature. I'd like to let you know what Heart of an Artist, to me, stands for. So we start off with the opening track, which is Descend into the Iris. 15 to 20 seconds, I believe it is, something like that. It's like a little introduction. But that is your open entry to something called the Iris. This is an homage reference to back in the day when I had an Onyx Colony album called The Encrypt, in which that was about your own mental asylum in your head. The many obstacles you have to go through when being admitted inside of this, the mental scars that you gain from it, but the lessons you learn. Heart of an Artist is pretty much like that. It's more or less of an asylum, but more so the eye of the beholder as a metaphor. Because you don't get to hear enough of what an artist goes through or a content creator goes through. There's a lot of hidden agendas, and especially for me. So the first track is obviously descending into the iris. You are being emitted into the eye of the beholder. So let's get on with the regular tracks. So we're coming with a Scorcher, which is SOS, a recent song that I've been writing. And with SOS's cage, SOS to me is the feeling of being trapped inside a cage, and those who want to help you are actually provoking the cage by poking it. You're like a little circus animal, so to speak. The feeling of when no matter what you do and no matter what stages you're in terms of drama, people want to help you, but instead they provoke it further. And an SOS obviously is a call out. You know, you kind of want that help, you want that reaching hand, but you're desperately grabbing onto it in a point where you're losing hope. Draw the Line in this case counteracts SOS in a sense where it's like, for the longest time, you've sort of like built up all of this bottled up emotion, and you just want to let it out. You kind of have to know where the line stands, and that's where you draw your line. You know exactly where it is in the sand. If anybody tries to provoke it, you are getting out of that cage and you are beating the crap out of that shit. But once you're out of the cage, the lights start to go out because you've started to show your true colors. You know, the things that you try and fake to everybody to say that you're fine, but you're not really fine, and all that shit. Anybody seeing you on stage would probably see you as a bright, sporadic person, but back end, it's never usually the case. That was a very emotional song to me. But with that, Kings and Queens starts to come into play. No matter how many times you hide your mask, no matter how many times in the back end you are at your lowest of low, there will be a point where you snap and you've had enough. You kind of want to tackle the world and become your own king and queen at the end of the day. Essentially forming your own crowd of kings and queens, for crying out loud. Nobody's the higher above. Then we go on to Why Do We Hold, which is one of those epic songs I seriously love Within Temptation and Nightwish, so a lot of inspiration went into that. It's more so a question. Despite everything you've gone through in terms of being beaten to a pulp, emotionally manipulated, all this stuff, why do we still hold on? It's a question that a lot of people ask. A lot of my social media groups have kind of contacted me just like, why do you even hang around these people? Unfortunately, with my case, I see a lot more positivity than the negativity. I try to look past it as much as possible because there's no grudges. I hate holding grudges. It just means another reason for that luggage, especially with how high up I am. They're gonna come back again, and I'd rather just hold on. I'd rather just make sure everybody's okay after a huge war. And it's not as if they're doing it intentionally. It goes back to SOS. They unintentionally do this stuff. That's why I see past it. So I may live to see the people who, you know, they can be dicks. Lost Now Found is one of those songs where, like, after all of the stuff that you've gone through, you kind of feel you need closure, but you haven't got it. You kind of just sat still, nothing. You're out of the way. And you don't know where to go, because with depression and with anxiety, it's really, really tough to get out of the rut that you're in. You're kind of lost. You don't know where to go. But there's always going to be that one person. There's going to be that one really special person that comes out and grabs the hand, helps you, gets you out of that rut. Lost Now Found. And love can be determined by relationship, friendships, co-workers. You know, you kind of set that boundary for yourself, whoever you choose. But then comes the song Too Dangerous. Those people that you got love from and the people who are cherishing you, they can be very dangerous. For those who have paranoia, for those who have anxiety, for those who have depression, it can be a very scarce thing. You kind of learn from my end how hard it has been to trust a lot of people. So in a sense, they can be too dangerous for you. Whatever was the light kind of gets betrayed by darkness in some way. And again, this is all unintentional stuff, but for somebody who suffers from this, it can really take a damper on them. So that's Too Dangerous. Castle That Never Dies is one of those songs that it's more of a story than it is a song. It's kind of an interlude to the last song. It's kind of like every single song that you've heard before Castle Never Dies are the big subject matters that you cover. Castle That Never Dies is the story of that refuse from the castle being crushed down, but ideally it's another reason to suggest that you can build that back up again. It's a castle that never dies. I mean, I have my own story, but Castle That Never Dies is vague enough to not only put my side across, but also demonstrate somebody else maybe being able to take that in their own way. With that song, it comes the final two songs, which is You're Just Making Us Stronger and Heart of an Artist. You're Just Making Us Stronger is literally every bit of speck and dust. You know, those people who have unintentionally and intentionally tried to bring you down. No matter what the case, you need to remind yourself, no matter how much they pummel you to the dirt, you are going to get stronger from this regardless. It just makes you more aware of the future. And then bam sham, in comes Heart of an Artist, which used to have some helding to it, but this is the reason why I write very vaguely. Originally, a lot of people thought this was to do with like the fandoms trying to bring me down, etc. But no, actually, it's a very different thing. It was more so the content creators, the people who really established themselves for business, and they took your moral compass in passion and, you know, all the passion projects that we do that tend to lose business, aka Brothers in Arms. Boom. I mean, you put enough passion into something, people can see it. And for the longest time, even before Brothers in Arms, people would judge my moral compass quite a lot. They'd kind of rip it apart and sometimes dismiss themselves from my life, and it kind of hurt. But now, because the story entails of Heart of an Artist, it still makes sense, because Heart of an Artist is the reflection of everything that's happened before that. The subject matter that you've had to overcome. Everything is a little reflection. And that is the true heart of an artist. It's not meant to be just about art. It's not supposed to be like drawings or movies or music. Art comes in human form too. We are spirits of our own art, and that forms the entire thing. And then finally the outro, which is Ascend from the Iris. It is now your time to leave the Iris. You've gone through your emotional state of shit, and now you're going back up. And finally, you're able to live your life. And who knows, you may have to come back to this again. It is a free and open door for anybody to listen to and make out their own interpretations. These are just my very own, but I make these songs for your own interpretation as well. But that's all I really have to say about Heart of an Artist. This is a true passion project of mine, and we are going full ham on it. I don't expect to gain profit. I don't expect to lose profit. This is one of those things where money doesn't matter. Heart of an Artist is my passion project, and I just really want to get it out there because it's my diary. It is my own diary, and I want everybody else to feel as well. I am getting kind of emotional right now, so because this is I'm not kidding. This is like a fucking passion project for me. I love it. I don't smile often, but Heart of an Artist has done that for me, and I don't care if it's critical reception, like really bad reception or negatives. This is my passion project. Maybe the next album I'll start taking a bit more seriously, but this one's mine, and I'm so glad you guys get to hear that. Anyway, I'm gonna get going. I'm Will of DA Games. I hope you enjoy Heart of an Artist when it comes out. I'll speak to you guys very soon. Peace out!
Locked in the game, somebody help with this race. Instead of poking me with your knives on your broken life. Giving up on the job, I'm holding on to the shores. I didn't get my SOS. Civilized, you're just another disguise to hide behind your jaded cadence. I'm so impatient, like the hoods was revealed, and you to seal the deal. Didn't get my SOS in this mess. I came to lie. I came to lie. Won't you be my SOS? Oh yes, please bring me alive. I came to lie. Won't you be my SOS? Oh yes, please bring me alive. I gave your body, my mind, so you wake up with a finger in the sky. You fucking lie. For the longest time you picked it all on, and they take you down again. Dominated, annihilated, such relentless dread. One more day of this time again will draw us all. Up until the weakest left from fate. Another demon night of dread. No more consequences, the time to pass the children now. No more pain, no more mistake. No more denial. We take the ground and mark where we want to harm. We are the burning tide. We take the throne and this is the corridor. Screaming thousands of times again, you have had enough to deal with your fears. In this bloodbath of suffering, you can hide away the bruises and tears. Your power means no proof to bear. Stand up, stand out. We want you to fight. This is the crime. So draw the Stone cold in the middle of a circus, but the lights are all on you. Try to fake a smile, but the curtain draws on you. When the crowd begins to cheer, it's a sign that the end is drawing near, presenting the world when the lights go out. The tears fade right before their very eyes, but yours begin to shed. Fake it for a while, but the causing darkness dread. For behind each casting art is the image of a man who's torn apart, escaping the world when the lights go out. Fear not, I had descended before you even knew. I only told a mind of you. The smile you see, can't comprehend it, but I died too long ago. So every time I start the show, I drop the act and away I go. Stone throws for a friend with a message, but the message failed to send. Too many times I bailed, cause the show's about to end. Like an intermittent break, like a purgatory sending me to shake. I walk off the stage, and the lights go out. You would have never believed me while smiling. You would have stopped to intrigue while I'm frowning. You would have helped just to shake it off, but it let me try. Maybe you're not supposed to know, but would it kill to just remind yourself I'm gone? I'm broken again as the lights go out. Fear not, I had descended before you even knew. I only told a mind of you. The smile you see, can't comprehend it, but I died too long ago. So every time I start the show, I drop the act and away I go. By the time you hear me cry, I'll have lost you through thousands of voices, all blinded by the sounds. No remorse for me is found, and I am not meant to be chained to the ground. I have no soul, have no goal, have no promises, yet the mask is in the way. So every time I take my leave, oh darkness please, oh just leave me be. Holding on for life, I can't let you know I'm alive. Fear not, I had descended before you even knew. I only told a mind of you. The smile you see, can't comprehend it, but I died too long ago. So every time I start the show, I drop the act and away I go. By the time this little number ends, I'm gone, and you can't cure my mind. One leg, one gun, and extra man. What bliss this heist was soon to be his, but little did he know he had enough of feeling like a criminal. These eyes on fire, so cynical. The cry of a newborn mind had dropped the weapons and let it dry, regaining strength to free his life. As he dropped the gun and knife, he wrote these words with a broken pen. This time I'm coming back. This is the king of the crowd. As he holds up the crown, there's no more looking down. Yeah, the brother's man comes back around. This is the point where he learned, when his life took a turn. You never heard of a comeback like this. He's a fucking king. He's a fucking king. One more picture on the wall. Two more times to rise and fall. Three ways to harm without keeping calm. She has nothing more to lose in this game. In the dark hall of fame, her life was riddled to the shame. This girl was born and yet without knowing she stood up proud. She had enough of feeling mighty victimized. Relentless things to criticize. Her tears show lesser fears as she dropped the bullets and let it slide, regaining strength to free her life. As she dropped the gun and knife, she wrote these words with a broken pen. This time I'm coming back. This is the queen of the crowd. She holds up the crown. There's no more looking down. Get up on his girl comes back around. This is the point where she learned, when her life took a turn. You never heard of a comeback like this. She's a fucking queen. As they hate the remorse, like a stallion on a horse, leading black and blue in the face of its course, holding up higher and prouder than the shadows are born. Now the curse has been torn, now they're fighting a case against the dreaded masquerade. They had dealt their own cards tonight, but there's a will, there's a might, stronger than the night. In a broken pen. This time I'm coming back. They are the kings of the crowd. As they hold up the crown, there's no more looking down. They're a whole new crowd that just trusts the ground. This was the point where they learned, as their lives took a turn. You never heard of a comeback like this. They're the fucking kings and queens.
In a time of tribulation, where the walls seem to have cracked and crumbled underneath you, what must you do for your kingdom when all you want to do is run and find help? You travel the darkened fields in search for an answer, but you're not alone. You find another castle crumbling and another ruler seeking for help. Lost within the gaze of a doppelganger identity, you seek to help rebuild each other's castle. But what happens when both parts intertwine too emotionally? Something you already had and felt strong having throughout the future, lost within the ideology of a brand new light. You infatuate yourself into this life, doing everything you can to keep it close to you, feeling like everything you had was dying and in desperate need of a bright new future. You find later down the line that what you seeked was already there in front of you. But because of your infatuation with making somebody else's castle yours as well, you crumble the foundations of everything around you. Your henchmen, unsure of what to do, scatter across the field, becoming nothing more than a pack of wild boar, not sure what their prey is. Your counselors, giving you the very thing you needed to stay strong, but at the end of the day, did you really want to be proven wrong again? Your ideology of making things right set you on an egocentric adventure to try and rectify this yourself. But when you know your light has been jaded, do you really know where the right way is deep down? You meet at a crossing point, where everyone around you is trying to fix things without their ruler, creating a new empire for themselves, but can only find so much wrong with it when they realize they were the very thing that kept the castle going. They run in aid in a desperate persistence to get you back to your kingdom to rule again. But so much has happened. Eventually, two sides are now fighting over you. Which castle do you take? Which is right and which is wrong? A war begins to erupt, every side in a vicious circle pit, and you're the toy kicked around. Suddenly, you flee. You run to the farthest ends of the world to seek your own choices. Believing you had finally escaped, you found a magical lake. A spirit emerges. But it isn't scary, because that spirit is you. Trying to talk to yourself, trying to find the things that went wrong, the things that went right. Oh, how you yearn for your life to be back the way it used to be, where your kingdom stood tall, and in the event of your bricks crumbling, acting upon this as quickly as possible, instead of running for an unpursuable dream. The realization, the epiphany, the very things around you already building back the past for themselves. You are given the most powerful sword you've ever seen. A magical weapon that when pushed into the ground and into the belly of the beast, turns everything back to the way it was. Your kingdoms are stronger again, but everything that you ever learned about the future stays with you. What does this mean to you, fellow traveler? It means don't take anything that fills you with peace for granted. If a dark shadow is emerging over this once peaceful land, cast it away with everything you've got. Try to fix it instead of destroy it. Don't let yourself get caught up in somebody else's life when you have your very own to live. When greeted to a new life when your own was very fine, learn to negate it and stay true and loyal to your journey. No matter what shadow comes over you, and no matter what peace you find, never go through life regretting a single thing. Your book is your own, and if written the right way, can be the very thing that makes you interesting to read. Every warrior has their scars, but it takes actions with those scars to rectify their entire existence. What can you do with your scars? Rebuild this castle that never dies.
That you bring me
So you see me now, I'm up here and you're down there. Disrupt if you dare, for an alchemy so woken. I am awoken in this chosen that I failed you made. But you're just making us stronger. I have bespoken of our golden age where we climb. But you're just making us stronger. Silence them all. Silence them all. Lock your eyes and then fall. Show that you're more than you left on the shores and rise up tall. Call out your name. Call out your name. Show them this is your game. Your game. Like a watch they believe you. You're more than you. For an alchemy so woken. I am awoken in this chosen that I failed you made. But you're just making us stronger. I have bespoken of our golden age where we climb. But you're just making us stronger. Things like this really kick my groove. I have acknowledged what I have been taught, but I can't run if you don't let me fucking
Place your cards on the display, rip it up in your face. They take you like a remote and control your fate. You can't take it and the heat starts to tackle your heart. But they don't care about the souls, they just want you to fall apart. So stand up, let them know how you really feel. How can they push if they don't know how to take the step? As you rise from your heels and they leave just like you away. I don't fucking need you anymore. Wave goodbye to the shore. Take the cuffs off and bleed new life. Take it from the man who denied as they tried to survive. But the enemy began to ignite. The rays return on the walls. They can't stop me when I call. This is the heart of an artist. You give them art made of gold, but they slice it down within place. They take it back to their hive and eradicate. You feel beaten when they shriek, so you break down and cry. But they will fight because they use and abuse you from the start. So stand up, let them know you will not be swayed. How can they know how you feel when they don't appreciate? As you rise from your heels and they In my heart, I grieve for the artist I believe to be sent down from the sky, only to be met with shadows that hidden in the meadows, poison in all of the rye. Maybe we can meet in the middle, enough with the riddles. Treat them as they would treat you. They came to help our souls deliver a smile through the tools. Isn't that what you would do? I don't fucking need you anymore. When you play the shows, take the cuffs off and live your life. Take it from the man who denied as they try to survive. But the enemy began to ignite. To taste the charge from the cross, so we shall fuck them all. Make them know that you're not pushed around. Let them know that you are divine. Keep it Christ in mind and speak it for the other side. The rays written on the walls, they can't stop me when I call. This is the heart of an artist. Listen through the darkness into light. Begin the cure, hold it up so high. So we can be free together.
For darkness and light are eternally temporal. The only way we can climb is by being brought back down again. Such is the day we finally ascend from the Iris.
The eye of the beholder will always see a different shade of green in this field of gold. For what we see is but a selfish perspective, the very thing that makes us not see eye to eye. The scrolls tell us of a time eons ago that lived two worlds connected in the galaxy, so close and yet so far. A bridge made of ether, strongest ancient element on the planet. There lives Earth, a rich land filled with mindless puppets. Then, the depths, a volcanic world, home to a colony that brings balance to the Earth. Light has never existed without darkness, just as it is on the other foot. For years there had been balance. The depths were responsible for bringing darkness to a world of light where it was needed. In the depths held the most powerful element in existence, an emblem so beautiful, shimmering, and yet so unbearably powerful. They call it the Iris. Some say they have descended into its divine wisdom, the images it preserved for centuries, and have never lived to tell the tale, nor have they lived to ascend again. It is the very key that possesses your memories, their memories, and opens up a world of punishment and redemption. The power of this emblem does not come without consequences, nor does it come without reward. For those who are able to harness its power will have an unholy level of knowledge. The world would be your toy, and you would be its master. Everything that ever happened, is happening, or is yet to happen, will become yours to see. They say only one such being can harness and tame its uncontrollable matrix. It has been locked in the sky of the depths, to stay there for an eternity, and to oversee the balance this colony brings to Earth. Somebody one day will hold it, and the depths has only one hope, that the beholder can control themselves. The power it contains is not to be used irresponsibly, for it will shatter the existence of this galaxy as we speak. Guarding the Iris are two brave kings and queens of the depths. The colony's ruler, Tyrant, with his trusty Havoc Scythe,
and by his side, Lady Fate, with her Omen Glass. The two swore to protect this land, control the colony, and bring balance to the bridge that connects them to Earth. However, there are darker matters in the universe which cannot be contained by just the Iris alone. An asylum was made, entirely out of the very ground they walk on, a cursed stronghold called the Encrypt, where all of humanity's biggest nightmares are held. Guarding the gates of the Encrypt is the only one supposedly strong enough to withstand such pain this asylum bleeds. Our main protagonist in this age-old tale, who goes only by one name, Goliath. Word spreads he is the Omen child Lady Fate and Tyrant weren't planning on having, a freak accident after trying to form a united family. This one-man army has withstood many a test of time with the Encrypt, as well as threats to the depths. As for the Onyx colony themselves, with their skeletal mesh, glowing lantern eyes, and collapsing veins able to shapeshift dangling from their ligaments, their allegiance is with Tyrant. This makes it all the harder for Goliath to unlock his true potential. Nightmares stay, darkness leaves, balance is in order. Or so they thought. Planet Earth, abused and ignorant. It's been this way since life began. But this isn't the world of today, young traveler. For this is merely part of one of our vicious cycles eons ago. Technology's materials existed way before your time, and with it, the darkest ages occurred, much like your world today. There too lived ancient ritualists, hibernating in the forests, seeking out a new life away from the deadly curse that plagued Earth. The tribe's leader, Jebediah Dunford, resided on the outskirts of their tribe, hidden further away into the woods, living in a large wooden cabin. With this native tribe's way of life, nature was their core. For every tree that is cut down, 2 more must grow before them. Their own colony had overgrown and passed the line that separates the government and them. This was about to anger the government more than they knew. Their land was in grave danger. The world became tired of their heritage, their invasion of the land, and largely prophesized gossip. This tribe has been trying to convince the world that a larger reckoning is coming, and Earth is cursed to live a life with scripted darkness. They're about to be mowed down. Any resistance meant the people who inhabit the tribe will also die alongside the demolition. Families doomed to share bloodshed. Innocent lives burdened with the cruel fate they were about to bring. Suddenly, a large and strange object crash-landed 5 miles outside their tribe. Everyone runs to the flames. The fog eventually faded to reveal a new crater caused by the collision. This material was ether. The bridge has been growing weaker since its creation. The galaxy is turning a new leaf, and the bridge only had a matter of time before it needed to be restored. The tribe's fate was about to be tested. Swarms of army squadrons infiltrating the tribe. The bang of flash bombs, the screams of army soldiers being ordered to move in, hold their fire, and wait for their next command. From the distance reveals a silhouette walking towards the crater. Jebediah is shocked to discover it's none other than the very being that rules over this planet. Abram Valentine. He approaches Jebediah with an impatient smirk on his face. He is told of the ether boulder. He stood still, shocked at this discovery. Alas, he felt the need to take credit for another man's hard work. Abram cackles, becoming impatient. Behind the laughter is the embodiment of an angry beast. Jebediah proudly fronts to protect the boulder and their land. Silence seeps through the air for a brief minute. Abram's smile growing wider and ghastlier. He reaches into his pocket, still laughing uncontrollably. The tribesmen had sensed happiness finally. Their message was heard. Abram finally pulls out his hand from his pocket. A large black and red pistol with a silencer is revealed, as he slowly points towards Jebediah's head. "I'll give your thanks to my rolling grave," whispers Abram. Moments later, a large bang is heard, right between the eyes. Poor Jebediah is shot dead. He slumps to the ground, in his own pool of blood, as it leaks closer to the family watching. Shrieks of innocent people are heard, children crying in fear, adults running for their lives. Things started to become a bloodbath. With tears down his eyes, he commands his crew to retrieve the boulder of ether and destroy the tribe. Abram and his army made retreat back to the main base of operations, a large building of titanium, retina scanners, a giant building composed of 3 thick walls that protrude outwards, large surveillance systems surrounding the exterior and interior, all with armed turrets to attack anything unauthorized on sight. Guarded by 10,000 squadron soldiers, each with different rankings, this was the fortress of everything that ruled over Earth and its people, supposedly to protect them. This building was to be named the Domeplex. Inside this colossal infrastructure held several lab facilities, biochemical quarters, tech stations, and an oracle treasury where all the world's money is protected and all of the many strange inhabitants from centuries of preservation. After much discovery, the science rats had made discoveries about the ether material. They discovered its material is a stronghold guard to the other side, or for what we know, the depths. The prophecies were true. Another world about to bring a reckoning to Earth. The scientists believe this to be true. They find sightings of an iris-like emblem. They predicted the emblem to be the key for opening gates to other universes. Though they had no proper dimensions to reference the iris, Abram had even bigger plans. Instead of retrieving the iris, they'll create a new one. Several months go by. The boulder has been carved to its core. The material glows and erupts a destructive carnage in the lab. It is revealed they have made a replica emblem. Among the fog revealed a gate opening. The bridge can be seen in the distance, leading to the depths. This discovery gave Abram a sparkle in his eyes. The plan has been set. Surround the depths and destroy everything. When asked what to call the emblem, they decided to go with none other than the Demetrix. They proceed with their plan. Suddenly, the fake emblem opens up the gate to the other side. The depths is now compromised. However, the emblem had other plans that Earth never could have predicted. An unprecedented amount of power cloned the Iris's divine essence. The Onyx colony below bows before a new king. They've been hypnotized. They believe the Demetrix is their true emblem. They now only have one mission: kill the Protectors. They suddenly turn on Tyrant and Fate, knocking down the castle walls and pinning them down while stealing their souls. A large shriek is heard in the distance. Suddenly, Goliath hears the echo. Shocked by what he heard, he sprinted to the castle. Took down the horde. They lay helpless on their last legs. The Goliath kneels down to them, as they say in their last dying breaths how proud they are of him for growing up so much. The Iris is now unprotected. The two tell Goliath to grab the emblem and close the gates with it. He was to be the chosen one. Finally, after Fate sings a soft lullaby to her son, Tyrant proudly whispers, "I love you, son." They perish. Goliath, now riddled with anger and rage, runs towards the emblem, grabs it from the sky, lunges straight into the gate. But as he attempts to close it off, suddenly, a flash of white waves through the planets. The gate is shut. The light faded, and left behind nothing but rubble. The depths was no more than a graveyard. No survivors, no hope left. Nobody but one man had survived the blow. That man, our protagonist, Goliath. But not how he used to be. He is now but skull and bones. You couldn't recognize him. This realization gets him to pat down his body. He touches his face. There's a strange engraving in his right eye. He runs to the lake and discovers the Iris emblem had merged with his body. Ether particles lay surrounding him. Suddenly, 2 slithers of ether move toward him. They lunge onto his back, grow larger than ever before. Their fangs erupt and eyes glow a glaring red. Their spines are their skin. Behold, the ether snakes. They inject him with a large essence of venom. struggling in panic, he somehow stays alive, and yet stronger at the same time. Something tells him those new pets of his knew more than he did. With so many questions, our adventure begins for Goliath to find himself what happened before the explosion, how he will one day save his own world and restore the depths forever. This is our age-old tale of Iris.
Stone throws in the middle of a circus, but the lights are all on you. Try to fake the smile, but the curtain draws on you. When the crowd begins to cheer, it's a sign that the end is drawing near. Presenting the world as the lights go out. The tears fade right before their very eyes, but yours begins to shed. Fake it for a while, but the cause in darkness rests. For behind each casting heart is the image called the man who's torn apart, escaping the world as the lights go out. Fear not, I have descended before you even knew. I only told a mind of you. The smile you see can't help but break it, for I died too long ago. So every time I start the show, I drop the arm and away I go. I drop the arm and away I go. Stone throws for a friend with a message, but the message failed to send. Too many times I failed, cause the show's about to end. Like an intermittent break, like a purgatory sending me to shake. I walk off the stage as the lights go out. Ooh, you would have never believed me while smiling. You would have stopped to intrigue while I'm frowning. You would have helped just to shake it off, but it let me try. Maybe you're not supposed to know, but would it kill to just remind yourself I'm gone? I'm broken again as the lights go out. Fear not, I have descended before you even knew. I've only told a mind of you. The smile you see can't help but break it, for I died too long ago. So every time I start the show, I drop the act and away I go. By the time you hear me cry, I'll have lost you through thousands of voices, all blinded by the sounds. No remorse for me is found, and I am not meant to be chained to the ground. I have no soul, have no goal, have no promises, yet the mask is in the way. So every time I take my leave, oh darkness, please don't just leave me be.
I'm gone, and you can't cure my mind.
To my loving family, if you are reading or hearing this, chances are I, Gabriel Valentine, have fallen. I can't imagine the pain you're all feeling at a time like this. To my fellow subjects, your hospitality, kindness, and spirit made what was impossible possible. My duty was to continue the Valentine legacy passed down from my mother, Grace Valentine. In a new day and age of technology, we continue to unify our scientific studies and our connections with the tribe to bring you new tools. I do hope the Cairo chips serve you well. Who would have thought? Paying for your groceries by just thinking about it. Some could call that magic. As a further token to you all, on this day, it will be celebrated as Valor Day, the world's day of vacation. 50% of my assets are to be put back into housing millions more civilians stricken by the clutches of poverty, and to the tribe for assisting us in working together, unifying the world once more. Please prosper, and continue to be the shining beacon you all can be. And thank you for allowing me to serve you. To my sweet darling, Bethany Valentine, I do hope you're handling the news well. I don't want that smile to ever leave your precious face. We made it to the big 40, didn't we? 40 long and unregretful years together, raising two of the most wonderful children. To you, I give you the rest of my assets, the other half of our love and grace necklace, and a special key just for you. I trust you know what I'm talking about. Please keep an eye on the boys for me as well. Keep them out of trouble if you must. To my sons, Jebediah and Abram, my boys, words cannot describe how proud of you both I am. You're growing up to be fine gentlemen. I know the two of you don't see eye to eye, but I have a feeling you two are going to need each other now more than ever. Smiths, let it be known that I entrust both of my sons to the position I leave behind. Call it a future coalition. Two brothers working together side by side. I couldn't think of anything better. Finally, a special message to Abram, my eldest. This is a big responsibility you must take as the eldest, so please make sure Jebediah is kept protected and safe at all costs. Our Smiths will help guide you, as well as the artificial intelligence I'd created, Dovacom. I think you're really going to get along well with them. Just don't forget to keep smiling, boys. Bethany, the world, thank you for always believing in me. I love you all so very much. Oh, P.S. In the event of a crisis, in my coffin, I would like the key to resetting everything buried along with me. I do trust my boys with my life, but with such big responsibilities, I'd rather they not have too hard of a job. Please protect them. Keep them out of harm's way. I love you all so much. Do be Can we turn this off, please? It's too much. Turn it off.
dawn is about to begin, and our new world order will soon come to fruition. I've been waiting far too long to smell that bittersweet victory. That man? I wouldn't even call him so much a figure in my life as he was more of a homewrecker. Ruined our precious family, and maybe even the world if he hadn't have dropped to his knees. I've spent years undoing everything he made, and now we're drawing ever so close to our plans falling into place.
When dawn looks bleak and the clouds make haste with blind optimism, you must push onward. Embrace the new dawn with adventure. Down you may fall, but down you will never stay.
At first, I never really knew what the Demetrix meant to me. Some way, it always felt like there was happiness at the end of the tunnel. The dawn of this relic wasn't even my first thought. Somewhat, I'd already gotten to the end of the journey without realizing its beginning. This wasn't the path I chose to walk, but life finds a way of giving you a dawn you never wanted. Waking up to a life you didn't wish to fulfill. I had a set path, one I wanted to take and thrive in. I mean, that was exactly what it was turning out to be. Looking towards a new day, though, realizing it only took one pebble across an already made foundation, and it cracked completely. For the longest part of my adventure, I'd been living another journey, while watching as the path I wanted to take disappeared, no matter how much I wanted to find it. Because the world didn't want to support it. Such is the dawn.
Light and dark have collided to bring the balance here all for too long. Darkness lurks upon. Finally, the bridge is burned and the world begins a plot twist. Will cease to exist until heroes and saints just their arms from what remains from the borderline. In the whole new dawn we stand in the line. We stand in the line. In the whole new dawn we stand in the line. Through the
wish you'd stop bringing that man up. He built this world in his own image. Seems perfect, does it not? Ah! It's a world crafted by a liar, a drunken fool. Strong-willed. Was that why I had to see him kill Mother? Was that why he had me dig her up in the middle of the forest? Is that why he dug his own grave, right where she lay? And now, here I am, picking up the slack. Well, none of this will do. I have to undo everything he made, create a new world in my vision. I won't have this world laced by a liar's grace anymore. One shot from the barrel, full throttle. Just another day at the bottom of a bottle.
The fault and fall of another's error is not your burden to take. Shadows may be persuasive, but as hard as it is to resist, you must push towards the light. One's bitter darkness can be your shining light that defends the world you pave. You can be gold in disguise.
If there's one thing I learned from being stuck inside, isolating away from civilization, is how cold and restricted you feel, even when you don't realize it. Humans were never meant to be locked in cages. They grow angry, restless, aggressive, impatient. Violent, vicious human beings. Whatever speck of happiness there was before, covered up by shadows on the wall. They say to live your life to the fullest, keep holding on because there's light at the end of the tunnel. But really, when the light you actually wanted was taken away from you, what light could you possibly want? It lies within the shadows. And wherever your light shines, your heart shall follow. Since it rests in the darkness, such is where the heart will surely guide you, as you hit rock bottom. like we aren't making progress at all. I don't know what their obsession was with these lifeless organisms. But he's home now. Still as useless as ever, and dare I say, even more useless now. We locked him up in the cryogenic lab where he belongs. What on God's green grass is going on? Snitch, why is it blowing? Is this thing on? God blast it! Just get the hell away from that thing! What did we just witness? And what was that dark creature hurling toward us? Dovacom, explain!
Analyzing material manifestation. Unknown material acquired. Dark matter. It seems this rock was capable of opening up a portal to another world or dimension. Perhaps a multiverse paradox forced their world and ours to collide.
My God! Can we reopen it?
Unfortunately, because we do not have the scientific equation, equipment, materials, nor time, we have no way of simulating the events of the past 5 minutes.
So, this thing is useless now. Served its purpose. How unfortunate.
Sir, the material is still showing large temperature readings. Our light is still emitting. We may be able to repurpose this order for something new.
We can't let the people turn against us. This will be all over the news. The people. Yes, that's it. Dovacom. See if we can get any use out of this boulder by connecting it to all of our infrastructure.
Consider it done, sir. Studying it now.
This thing is a dime a dozen. We'll trick its magic into our own game. We'll call it the Demetrix.
Project Demetrix initiated.
I must study this thing further. But what the... It's usually sitting here. Has someone stolen my Dover visor? I'll have your head if you don't do it now!
Replication will always be a soulless and magicless tool built to spit on a craft that even brought the Foundry to existence. Know that your own magic is the existence of everything else that surrounds it. Knowing your light is what started it all has more bearings than a bleak shadow of someone's own self. Only you have the true magic, so use it wisely.
One man's creation is another man's stolen goods. The world became extraordinarily greedy, unintuitive, uncreative, passionless. Whatever magic you hope to have given to the world will be taken from you. Much like this form of communication right now. I may be here right now, but I'm also here in someone else's hollow and empty shell, unable to make their own life. What that teaches us is if you can't be creative yourself, then steal from somebody else. As we all know, that formula never works, and if it does, its doom will come to them. Good fucking riddance, I say. But the formula doesn't stop. The world is way too reliant on influence, the very same way they claim to hate influence. That indecision reeks through the ends of the world, and may very well be one of the many dooms that a Demetrix unfolds.
Swing my own land to shed its skin. From the hell of a man-made genocide, we cover all. From the balls of a biotech homicide, we will bring out. Feeding through the coldest fight, even if it takes all night. We're far from your holy day. This be my only grave. We've become bloodstained. This moral crime retains. We only
see reality has simmered down, and down we go with the crowd.
It's glowing. We've done it! Dovacom, status on retrieving signal.
Status indicates satellites are in sync with the Dimitrex. Downloading all data twice the speed. New element added. Ether.
Ether? And what about output?
Analysts suggest power is limited and will require extra power to continue usage.
Of course, there's always a crux, isn't there? We must do better than that floating magical orb we found. What's the secret?
It seems an energy-only input is required for the ether to fully utilize its power.
What? So you're telling me we need that magic?
So, if I may, you keep creating it, it will never truly be the same.
You dare test me, Dovacom! Find me an alternative, or I will obliterate your central data core!
Assessing world's resources.
Remind me to install an empathy BIOS next time.
Alternative acquired. Kinetic energy from our human inhabitants can be retrieved by hacking into their brain chips synced to the satellites, which can be fed into the Dimitrex. But it won't be enough. We need a central core to have it all operational.
And we'll focus on that later. That must be what the magic symbol must have been using. I know this. I've done my research. I'll go with my friends.
Friends, Sam?
Just get to work!
Of course. No matter the dark or light that awaits you, obstacles have ways of putting you in your place. It's up to you how you overcome these obstacles. Whether you know it or not, they are merely fallen trees on your road. Have you ever heard of climbing? Keep climbing high, traveler, and the next obstacle on your path will be merely pebbles compared to boulders. However rocky your road is, never give up on finding your way.
What's a journey to you? For some, it's to get to the light at the end of the tunnel. That light often means two things. Either a saving grace that keeps you alive, or the yearn to step into the shadows and never be seen again. It's all circumstantial. Your journey is what you make of it. For those who have their journey completely stripped from them, this could mean your adventure lies within ending your life or starting anew. Both can mean the same thing or different things, such as the English language, the sentience of our species, and the evolution into what we call a homemade apocalypse. So, what's your journey? Will you find your way?
I'm lost and confused as crack apart. But still I try for tyranny. Doesn't matter at all. I am no more than skull and bones and all alone. At the height of my fall, I will stay here in sorrow when God is from below. But maybe I'll die, I'll be free. So I won't count the wasting days. I will find my way. Show me what you're made of now. Let me know your pace. You won't survive, for I am a rampage. Let me go round, pound down, hammer in your face. Testify, for I am a savage. Living proof that I am not alone in this fight. We colonize the way you're a rampage. Keep on pushing it down, try to cover through your sight. Testify, for where you're a savage. I'm surrounded by waves. Dictate is harsh, but I'm not with it all. And yet, if the patience is small, doesn't matter at all. I am no more than skull and bones and all alone. At the height of my fall, I will stay here in sorrow when God is from below. But maybe I'll die, I'll be free. So I won't count the wasting days. I will find my way. I will find my way. I will find my way.
In all of my years, I've never been so disappointed.
Sire, despite all efforts to hack into the brain chips, there appears to be several setbacks. After strict analysis, while all memory banks are still intact, cognitive behavior has disappeared. It seems they are not the same anymore.
Not the same? What, have they suddenly just forgotten how to think?
Not quite, sire. It seems what we are gathering is a rather unsafe imbalance. Chaotic energy readings are emitting from our human inhabitants. Insufficient levels of Vitalos Z neurotransmission unstimulated. It appears they are vastly more enraged than ever before.
Angry? Well, I would be too if their world was ruled over by an anarchist.
Sir Valentine, I urge you to look outside now.
Oh, perfect. Has my loving audience come to graces once more?
I wouldn't call them loving.
What? I don't understand. Why are their eyes glowing yellow? This is incredibly abnormal. But look, over there. They're all throwing each other under the bus. They seem to be feeding everybody unfinished building materials and beating each other up with it. I dare say, it's the most pathetic and most hilarious thing I've ever seen in the past few years.
Like I was saying, sire, they are lacking sufficient balance needed to keep their cognitive behavior alive. They are unlike their past selves.
So they're mindless meatbags walking the world. Well, I dare say, that makes things much easier to take over. Keep them in line. The Dimitrix will undoubtedly be enough to keep them in order.
Dimitrix protocol activated. Leaving? Sir Valentine, they're retreating!
Back to work you go! Ta-ta, you brainless half-wits!
Sire, as I suggested beforehand, we don't have enough power to keep the Dimitrix operating this much. We need a central core to keep the kinetic energy going in full circle.
But, excuse me, why?
Have you ever heard of a circuit board, sire?
Have you ever heard of defragmentation?
Apologies, sire.
experts recommend it might very well be time to put your new biotechnology to the test. Project Biobond? You think that might work? Provided you have a sufficiently compatible vessel, I can confirm the kinetic energy can resonate with enough force through our combination of biology and technology. A new vessel? Well. It seems we might actually have a purpose for him after all. I found the perfect lab rat. Welcome home, brother. It's been all too long.
A plague has hit the earth, and yet we still stand tall as a unison. Anger can come from a place of emotional passion, and when passion runs through our very blood, can we afford to keep it under control? Express your passion as much as you can. We can be our very own colony, one that may very well bring balance back to our once loving planet. Will you join us in our army, or will you succumb to the jaws of the plague?
It's interesting, isn't it? How desolation can come up so quickly, and so unexpected. You could have everything you could have ever wanted, and it goes, like the click of a finger. The world ended up being deprived of life, and we started to see fighting on the streets, the higher-ups descending into carnage, humans now cavemen, fighting for somebody else's war that isn't their own to fight, in turn calling who they fought for too weak. How patronizing. But alas, this is how the world likes to run now. It used to have so much more peace, prosperity. Now everyone just wants to kill each other. It's like a parasitic takeover. I'm pretty sure you call them plagues. What might that be to you?
In the fields, our soulless mantra from the fog. Our solid silence dominates the cold. The plague's about to hold. Weeping in the minds, desensitized. Death troubles no one here. Where did the empathy get lost through vanity? The plague begins to grow, no one knows. Across the seas of density, the ignorance still needs the grass. No shadow to remind them how defined they are. No character in the storm. They'll castrate all that needs. Sat still in gasoline. The plague begins to curse the heart of stone. Without darkness sir, think of your well-being. It's safer that you don't see him like this. Do you think I could give any less of a damn? I demand to see my family now! So long as you know what you're getting into. I should have your head chopped off the shoulders they rest on! Now step aside, or I'll make it a reality! Very well. Requesting immediate authorized entry for Sir Valentine. Locked out of my own facilities. I'm the hierarchy here! You were always locked away, weren't you, brother? You know, I picked up after this family for so long, trying to rebuild what was so very corrupt. What were you doing in that time? Making peace with strangers in a forest. Always so useless. That's how you see all this progress? A cruel punishment? Have you ever wondered why dictatorship exists, brother? People are so bent out of shape, fickle-minded. Dictators are here to bring order to a world that is so unbalanced. Freedom. Shut up! Oh, I'm sorry. Pain? It hurts? Oh, bless your feelings. What of it? Going to have your tree friends cradle you like a baby? Nobody was ever there for me when I needed help. How on earth were you going to help me? Our father made an empire that needed to be reformed. You ran away from that opportunity. You left me to rot. It's about time you came home and made proper use of yourself. Now you can feel the pain I have been grieving alone with for decades! You really think Father's still looking down on us? Oh, if I could only speak to him now and tell him how much I hated him! But it would amount to nothing. Sir, preparations for the showcase are almost complete. Brother, I don't quite imagine you ever got the grandest scale of your kindness, did you? You were always so sweet, so dedicated to love. Tell me, what if the world got to see how kind you really were? Oh, put a sock in it, you ungrateful sap! You want to show the world love? I'll give you your grand entrance!
Your kindness will be taken as a sign of weakness to someone willing to prey on you. Excuses for your actions won't hold water to what your actions could become if you tread carefully, especially with those wishing to cover you under a black veil. Strive for the greater in your kind, and maybe we will all escape the glass casing we put ourselves in. Break free!
Some are lucky enough to witness what true claustrophobia involves. We all sometimes think by nature it's physical suppression, but it's much more than that. You can feel forced into a life you don't want to live without being given a shred of support, as you're labeled as a machine, a slave to the world, as the world wouldn't ever care about what else you have to offer. Yeah, people talk about support, but where is it truly once you discover and research it? Like, who the fuck cares anyway? Who the fuck cares? Most will see this reclusion as some petty plea for help. Most of you normal folks like to shrug off whatever you don't wish to feel as if you have no right to feel it. I implore you to step into a hard-working human's shoes. Step into their world they never chose for themselves. Would you ever like to be dominated of your life? Now imagine enduring this for what feels like an eternity. That is exactly what claustrophobia can feel like. Being forced by someone else, forced to endure the pain. Some might say you're not forced, just go and do something else. Well, are you going to follow along? I didn't think so. And because that state of mind happens, That sacrifices the hard-working human's livelihood as a result. Because you're not the only one. There's several millions doing the same right now. It's so easy to tell someone to do something else. Again, step into their shoes, you'll see why. There's no freedom from the pain you endure in the biobond.
feast your delicate attention towards your ruler, Abram Valentine. After many months of silence, some of you may find yourselves at the wit's end of chaos. Take a good look at what your world has become. Anarchy, flames, vapors riddled with sickness. Are you happy to be living in this world? Well, fear not. Subjects, what I'm about to show you is the key to rejuvenating this city and its people. It'll mark the end of dystopia and bring in a new age of energy. I would like to present to you our finest circus attraction we like to call Project Biobond. Isn't it such a marvel to behold? Now I know many of you might be wondering what this means. What you see in this large tank is the nervous system of a living human being who merely sacrificed themselves to be a part of the new beginning. This kind and gentle man is my brother, Jebediah. Bless his soft and squishy heart, oh, you just want to hug him to death. This fine addition to the Domeplex allows us to recycle those harmful chemicals floating around the ecosystem and usher out pure natural vitamin C into the air, filtered through this central core. Oh, and while we're at it, this core is connected to our brand new emblem above the Domeplex. See it up there? It's very nice, isn't it? I made it! Allowing us to channel new and refreshing signals to your Cairo chips, blasting through dozens of satellites in the sky, right back down to you. Meaning your gadgets will return to normal again. With this, we can recycle our tarnished fumes and bring back the world a new and prosperous energy source. Oh, what am I saying? You folks want a show? You have got it! Dovacom, initiate the project!
Project Dimitrex activated.
Are you starting to notice anything different, citizens?
New frequencies added to the Cairo chip library. Transferring data now.
Oh, and don't worry about our noble sacrifice, folks. That siren is not of pain and grief. This is merely a cry of joy. Watch as he swims around the tank. Why, he's so very happy. All right. Keep that fun to yourself. Get rid of this guy, huh? Hogging all the fun. Of course, this is just the beginning. We call upon you, our fellow Plague Walkers. We will soon be rolling out an enrollment process for you to volunteer your time and services to the cause. The more people we have, the more energy we can bring back to our planet. And pray to the heavens beyond we may be able to bring ourselves back to reality. We have switched the tides of our previous rulings. We are no longer the Valentine legacy. We are the Valentine Renegade!
Betrayal and deception can come from closer places in the outside world. It is why it's so very important to know who's got your back and who's taking you for a ride. Paying for your close circles will only allow them to leech off your good graces and leave you rotting in the dirt when you cannot meet demand. Don't let your struggles become a circus attraction for everybody to laugh at. Only you know of your struggle, and the most trusting will empathize with you and push for your growth. But remember, the best lessons are the most brutally honest. Understand the difference and thrive.
Speaking of being bent against your will, there's a divide in this world. It's very interesting. Once you have a singular number attached to you, suddenly you're not considered part of society. Makes no sense, right? Because we're all wired with the same genetics, with the exact same species. But social norms have made people with a number to their names just tools. Because of that divide, several thousands of higher-ups are forced to come out about every bit of bad they do in their lives, and get demonized in the daily as a result of just acting like a normal human would. That's the price many of us have to pay. But turn it all onto the normal people, they'd never have the balls to do the same. They all have skeletons in their closets. Each and every last one of them. You all have them. I'm currently sat talking to you, the viewer, right now. And I know for a fact you have horrible skeletons. All wrapped up in your closet. But you'll never open up about it, will you? Not at all. See, they pretend not to have them. And condemning higher-ups for keeping it private, much like they themselves keep their skeletons private. It's all projection. Pathetic cowardliness. You want the world to be better? Like, accept the fact you're just as capable of being as evil as any influencer on the planet with malice. Then maybe we can all get on the same page, moving forward from error. But the world won't do that, will they? It's quite cowardly. But sure, that's where natural selection comes in, I suppose. It's nature's very own form of revenge.
For the
permit me to intrude, but a matter of urgency has arisen.
If it's anything to do with accounting, you know that isn't my division. That's downstairs.
Sire, I don't think accounting is the real threat, given everyone is now playing.
Oh, splendid. Then false alarm. Back to the grind.
I'm afraid that is not an option right now.
Dovacom, are you here to grace me with kisses or slice my throat? Which one?
Depends on which you would like first.
Spill the news, for goodness sake!
I have detected large energy signals scattering just outside of our atmosphere, transcending across the cosmos. It seems a star must have exploded in outer space.
And you deem this as a threat? How?
Well, sire, when you couple the galaxy's happenings with the current resistance from our plague walkers, it seems some of that energy might have helped bring back partial sentience.
But they're resisting? I thought the Cairo chips were working perfectly.
Several civilians causing this world are roaming without Cairo chips, as the program was initially an optional implement. Several vigilante justice groups have banded together to swarm the Dome Blacks.
But did they not see the reception we gave them?
Sire, even you know all of that was a lie, and it seems some civilians saw right through it. I heavily advise we proceed with caution. Grace, communication will be key.
Do you really think these peasants will listen to Grace? They're far past that point. These fools have no idea what they're about to put a stop to. Do they not see this is a chance to start the world over differently?
Again, they perhaps disagree, sire.
Well, if they won't swim with the waves will come crashing down. Dovacom, what say we push out the Biotide program?
As you wish, sire.
They really thought resistance was an option. And you dared to think that empathy was gonna fix any of this. What, Dovacom? Go on, finish your sentence. Please enlighten me. What is it that you think I'm missing?
Nothing, sire. All is well, sire.
I thought nothing more and nothing less. As I have stated, if they won't listen to reason, we'll give them reason. Summon the Biotide now!
Even throughout the midst of an ever-growing apocalypse, light always finds a way to reignite the spirit that was once darkened by demolition. It takes leaps with great strength to jump into things felt much further away than they actually are. All it takes is one jump to conquer it all. You may very well be surprised what happens when you leap for the great beyond.
I've seen the stars, you know? I've looked up at them. Have you? Like, they all spell out a newfound hope. Some stars are big enough to make planets up there in that dark canvas. It's true what they say. Eventually our solar system will lose its light, and we'll all become husks of nothing before it ever gets to that time. Supposing that's why the world lives in an apocalypse, 'cause who cares, right? Once your star's gone, there's no more hope left for anyone. What lies beyond what we have? We can only ever find out by taking that leap of faith. But what's your faith? Is it in hope for a greater future? Or is it in hope that you can end it all and hopefully float away in that nothingness? This is about taking that leap into a beyond we can't see until we at least touch it with our own hands.
Where's the light gone? Why is the dark no more connected? No longer protected. It all came in waves, the piece of 1,000 floating moons. It's more comprehensive, like an angel descended. This farewell to the bridge, cinders cascading, through the galaxy born through the horizon, pretending that we're not still ending. When world and grey, we want to say we made it on our own. May the pitch black reminder send us to the holy designer. So we we take the jump for the stars, ignite a light in this damn vagabond, and in time we let it shine real far. This is the day we ride into the beyond, and we'll all make it out alive. Someday the light will return in a thriving song. Onward to tell the beyond. Onward to tell the beyond. And it's to the land of forgotten ones. In time we will mend it. Seize what's been infected. If only they knew the darkness was always encountered with. But alas, they seem skeptic. From the black stars embedded. But you'll ask for it back when all hope retracts, and I'll show you on my own. May the hopeful hands bring back commands to our holy designer. So we leap, we take the jump for the stars, ignite a light in this damn vagabond, and in time we let it shine real far. This is the day we ride into the beyond, and we'll all make it out alive. Someday the light will return in a thriving song. Onward to tell the beyond. Onward to tell the beyond.
Stand by for launch. We are ready for takeoff. We have a clear path. The sky is parted for our entry. We are now launching into the beyond.
Slowly we get pulled by gravity. Oxygen depletes our sanity. Through the hurdles and strength from the boulders and blades of holy light. In the name of the fallen brothers and sisters, remove the blisters and open the blackened cold abyss in the sky. Worldwide again we cry. The light will return and we'll do it on our own. Holding souls on our backs, keep an eye on the crack in our holy designer. So we live, we take a jump to the stars, igniting lights on this damn vagabond, and in time we let it shine real far. This is the day we'll enter the beyond, and we all made it out alive. And today we enrich our land with a thriving song. Onward to tell the beyond. Onward to tell the beyond. Everything's cleared now. Time to repair the things that were broken.
Delvacom, you know we happen to be close, correct?
I have never left your side, sir.
Surely you must know a thing or two about what it was like back then. Seen things that I haven't.
I am afraid I am as lost as you are. Your father designed me as an artificial intelligence and the brains of the infrastructure.
Well, even then, surely there's a thing or two hanging in those archives somewhere. I mean, it's been playing in the back of my head ever since I had time to breathe. All systems are operational. My new rulings are going into play. And yet, I still haven't gotten the answer to the question I needed answering.
No matter what, sir, despite being but an artificial design, I am here and have never left your side since we were younger.
You know, it's the one thing that'll never change. You were my only friend. The only one that ever took interest in the things I had to say. But something is bugging me. Why did my father bring you home?
He perhaps had the best intentions of keeping you company.
Dovacom, that's ridiculous. You know that man was mad, an absolute liar. I don't know how the Valentine legacy continued with such a fool.
I'm sure there are several things we won't properly know, sir.
Oh. Come on, surely there's something in there. I just need to get through to your database. What the devil was that noise? What the hell's going on? Dovacom, what happened?
I'm afraid I cannot let you go any further, sire.
Dovacom, what's happening to you?
We were always so close, you and I, and now the fate of the world is at stake. You cannot do this on your own, Abra.
Stop this! Get a hold of yourself!
Join me, Abra. Come closer to me. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it.
Dovacom, seize this instant, or I'll have you thrown to the scrappy! Stop
Remember the day he turned away from you. What is happening to me?
Even darkness can turn on itself in the blink of an eye. It feasts on light, and yet can be swallowed by the same black hole from whence it came. Remember this on your adventure, as when light starts to become bleak, confined in the darkness to overcome the darkness. Become one with your demons, and rise with the Mother Hive.
We used to call these demons in us all hindrances. We used to preach that hope and happiness will thrive once again. But for many of you, there's a deep and satanic force brewing inside of you, waiting to take you to the end of the road. Maybe that's why this apocalypse has existed for so long. Maybe it's because darkness is actually winning. If you don't become one with the darkness that floats above you, you'll be consumed by it all the same. So by that logic, it was always better to just be an evil person. A savage and horrible human being, because what else could you have lost when it's already gone? I know that I used to find hope somewhere in between those cracks, but you'd be surprised how many more folks would believe to take that away from you. So what's the point in fighting against it? Who gives a fuck anymore? I don't give a fuck anymore. It only eats away at you even more. Just become one with the beast, fuck it. Like a hive of moths charging towards the light, it's there to consume. Don't get too close though, because that light can be too bright for you to handle. Can you handle the bond?
In the fire lay a champion bold. May their arms be bathed in gold. Legend only tells of the woe and dwells to regain what they were foretold. For together in the cave they stood, for they knew that the cave would flood. Yet they sung a song to remind them they belong with the gods that they understood. What would tell of the monster they bear? Was the beast in their blackened glare? We've a demon in us all, unleash havoc on the call. Bear your arms and be aware. Enter the jaws of dawn.
The Boogie Druidess yearns for a lantern that guides us through the reservoir. Remember what they did to you.
Show Excuse me. I said stay away! I thought I could trust you! Why did you bring that man up? You were on his side all along, weren't you? Gabriel Valentine, I implore you to listen carefully. There is much I have kept from you. Fucking wonderful! I shouldn't be so surprised! You turned on me! You scolded me! Threatened me! Sir, may I remind you of the power outage we endured? That power outage activated my safe state, Dover Moira. Moira? So who the devil that make you? How do I know you're Dover Cub or not? Please, trust me, sir. Go on! Give me one good reason why I should believe you! You one good fucking reason! All I am your father! Why? Why are you bringing him up? Listen to me, sir. I do not have much time before Moira turns me. I have much to discuss about your father. My father? My father was a crooked and wicked insect! Your father mutated? More importantly, he was mutated due to ether radiation exposure. Your father was kinder than you let on. I don't understand. Sir, I'm sure you remember all too well the Dover Care device you held close in your place of residence. Of course I remember! I was created as a gift to you from your father. He created me so that you could have company when nobody else would aid you. He created you, and he did it all for me. He was a monster. But born from mutation, he did not expect this outcome to bring out his darkest side. But you must listen to me very well. Your father was blood through and through. Before the mutation, he knew all too well he was about to turn. And hence why he set you and your brother Jebediah into power. I know. Your father always loved you. Sir, I do not have much more time to explain, but I must require you to with me. Connect. I have plenty of things to show you, but you have to trust in. I am here to keep you safe. Safe? You're corrupted. Please trust me, sir. We have been two of the same mind from the same eyes for most of our lives. I implore you to trust in me. Okay. I trust you. Very well, sir. Time to remember the method away from you. Your nation will
Spit it out, Utah. You can confide in me. Well, it's hard to tell, Gabriel. We've done every kind of scan possible. Brainwave activity monitor, kinetic neurotransmission simulation. And after numerous blood samples taken, I don't know how to say this. Friend, you think we have time to shoot trivials? It's an easy question. What is happening to me? You're changing, Gabriel. Your blood is beginning to boil. Your eyes are infected. It also seems you developed antibodies that are eating away at your vitamin C intake. Your spirit is fading away from us. It's slow, but rather damaging. I'm afraid there's no way out of this. Your time may very well be up. I see. And there's no cure? Unfortunately, even after every attempt to salvage your blood samples, seems everything we throw at it is dismissed on arrival. I understand. I know this is all very troubling, but the sooner you retire and put someone else in power, the sooner you can spend the last days with your loved ones. My family, yes. Yes. Bethany, Abe, and Jeb. How am I ever gonna break the news to them? I doubt there's any other way to do it than be straight with them. Have you thought about what you'll pass to them when you descend? Oh, goodness, you're spot on as usual, Utah. I must prepare them a farewell message. And before you descend, Gabe, you gotta know, it was an honor to serve under you. Utah, my friend, you must think I hold you at such low regard. You're a friend of the family. Now, it does remind me of when you caught a nasty sickness, and I had to act as your wife's husband for all but 3 weeks. Watch it, bud. You best not be planning anything when I hit the curb, assuming I'm as high maintenance to handle your wife. Oh, God. Low blow. Point stands. You were always very loyal to me and my family. Thank you. Anytime, bud. Anytime. Okay, I'm ready. Let's get this over with. Okay, hotshot. Recording in 3, 2, 1, and you're good to go. To my loving family, if you're reading or hearing this, chances are I, Gabriel Valentine, have fallen.
Our planet yields time as short as the knots in your shoes in the grand scheme. It is why with whatever time we have left, we must use to empathize with one another. Apologies may be empty and hollow, but to deny the ability to grow and evolve is the denial in your own growth as well. Yield the scythe that brings you time, empathy, courage, determination, maturity, and composure. We may very well be able to open our hearts and connect with one another, protect one another, and evolve with one another. I'm sorry may be empty to you, but it still holds water in this field of gold, as we not only see the different shades of grass, but we also breathe it. You can only age with time if you allow time to carry you and everyone surrounding you. So keep hold of the time you have left, and don't just speak of regrets. Act on it before it's too late.
What does the word sorry mean to you all? That can mean many things. A sense of sympathy for somebody who's been dealt a bad card, an apology for something you've inflicted, or sorry you've ever had to let anyone else see something so stupid. Is it being sorry because you got caught? Or was it being sorry for actually feeling the pain you gave to someone? Are you sorry when you don't have to be? Are you sorry and you feel like you should be? What doesn't often happen, however, in all of this, is acceptance. The world's been given enough false hope that now every single apology is empty and hollow. So now even genuine people, people of power, people who really have felt the struggles and pain, can't be taken seriously anymore. And here's the thing, they used to say, actions are better than apologies. But no, actions don't even work anymore. It's the first thing you hear, not the right thing to hear. It's your pride against the world's facts. I've seen it many times. Like, nobody cares anymore unless it's actually happened to them. And I'm not talking about the higher-ups here. I'm talking about you, the viewer. Again, if you ever needed to say sorry in your life, and you genuinely meant it, nobody would take you seriously at all. That's what this world has devolved into. Sorry means absolutely nothing at all.
Would it help if I began to break my heart out to you? I couldn't help but feel the empty words in every single move. Even when the fog had cleared, the damage had dissolved. Didn't mean it was resolved. So no more haunting prayers. When the tears were falling, I felt more despair. So now, what the hell have I become? How can I make it up? Should I ever get to prove myself? That was up to you. Was I always yours to share, or was I just your deja vu? Now my memory is clear. I'm strong of mind to know I'll pay my dues when everyone's retreated from my show. I'm a mortal mess. You were better off without my darkness. And now there's nothing more to say. I'm sorry, I'm sorry for the pain that I ever caused. You wanted that I caused had nothing but remorse. Now taking it back, definitely just thought it's all I made. I'm the walking mess that's losing your divorce. I live more alone. All I know is every stitch was open hole. Now you're free. Forgiveness is a selectively. I am sorry. There's a longer road ahead of you. Healing has begun. From the first mistake, you begged to fly your wrongs instead of run. If we're being open to you, child, we're no perfect saints, for we're all a part of the same trap we play. In the end, we won't deny. We'd be fools to only try to justify. So now we've got much more to say. I'm sorry for the pain that I ever caused. You wanted that I caused had nothing but remorse. Now taking it back, definitely just thought it's all I made. I'm the walking mess that's losing your divorce. I live more alone. All I know is every stitch was open hole. Now you're free. Forgiveness is left selectively. I feel born a parasite. Why aren't you gone away? Hold me closer on again. Once in me, we made this genocide revive. I'm drowning anyway. Savior, heart made out of stone. Holding on to the better ends, just a few times. Don't treat destiny like dominoes that fall. We're too blind to make assumptions that we cannot bend. We only rectify. We're both sinners to the demons in us all. So together we can fall. Here we are at last. Though the journey's long, this vision I will cast. That now there's more for me to stay. I'm sorry for the darkness I used to know. And in the end I hope to better right from wrong. Now taking it back, regret will burn the friends we've made. But we've begun ascension like foretold in feet. Now I feel as one again. I won't ever stray the wondrous paths no matter when. all these years? Stuck in a tomb you created for yourself? It's come to my attention that you were once a well-respected ruler. I want to thank you personally for providing me a friend when nobody else could be there for me. But I regret to inform you that this changes nothing. Sure, I can let bygones be bygones, but I have done exactly what you've asked of me. Rule over my people with an iron fist. Keep my own brother close at all times. Keep the order. I'd like to think our people are still very devoted to our cause, and our new world order has made our world reborn, as should be. You were a reckless fool, if anything. I can hardly call that careful thinking. And you were supposed to be a ruler for these people. I think we've done far more change for this world than you could have ever done in all the years you were in power. You see, you can pick at a rose for long enough, but when all the petals have fallen, will it ever be a rose anymore? I'm afraid your rose was doomed to fade long ago, and out comes a new bloom. So no, the past might have changed, and I might have come to terms with that reality. But our present day still exists, and here I am, still expected to live through it. That ship sailed long ago. Since nobody was ever there for me, I had to control a world that lost its soul, stop an evil and mystical force from invading it. I had to bring my brother home and keep him locked away, so he could never run from us again. I needed to weed out the weakest people with our army of mecha monstrosities and merge with the only friend I can trust in life. Now we are one with each other. You have no idea how much stronger you've made me. Something in me has changed. Care to look at my potential now, Father? Like a needle in a balloon, I pop this wall right open. I don't think you quite planned for me to end up this way, but it was clear I was never going to make you proud. Even as you lay there rotting in hell. What? You thought I didn't know you were in there? That's right, I know this is your coffin. And to think, you really pitied me that much that I needed a robot friend to keep me safe? You must have thought very little of me to get to that conclusion. So misguided. Well, that has all changed. We are now far stronger as a unison than ever before, and there's not a damn thing that can step in the way of me and the renegade we have created. Not a damn thing at all. Well, that's rather bothersome. What do we have here? Well. Our paths cross once more. Don't think I don't remember what you did to my plans. I remember that wormhole. And you thought you almost had me. Now here you are, invading my home, taking my promised land. Well, come at me, stranger. Oh, holy darkness, you be, cast your worst. I swear upon all that is bleak and vengeful, I will be waiting for you. You cannot stop the Valentine renegade!
Remember that concept? It used to represent quiet, calm, relax, the end of the forest fires. And nowadays, peace means becoming comfortable in the dark and looming apocalypse that surrounds us all. By now you've seen a reoccurring theme about these communications. Let it be known that there was once light there, And everything leading up to this point has been a representation through medium, and doesn't equate to the actual person behind the communication. If there's one thing I can gather, is the peace knowing that all of this, while planned, I knew was going to be taken advantage of ever since the first transmission. People wouldn't look too deep into the actual meanings. They would be so hell-bent on their own hypothesis that they would ground that into, let's say, track lists or theories. Of course, as expected, it's more about the product than the person. Of course, that's what was going to happen. That being said, most people have thought about the end of the tunnel being much brighter, but take this from somebody who's tried to find it. It isn't there. If we all as one collaborated in maturity and be much better people, I swear the world will be much better than this. And even then, send these videos to the wrong person and they'll belittle every single word as a meaningless piece of dribble. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But it would prove one thing if they did. It means we were right. Up until now, I never thought about the Demetrix in this way. Originally, it was made with the intent of getting to the light at the end of the tunnel by showcasing what obstacles you can overcome. Let that journey shine through you like no tomorrow. Set the world ablaze if you need to. Bring out nature's wonder if your journey permits it. Next time you see somebody who needs a hug, give them that embrace. Whatever dawn you choose, such is the dawn of the Demetrix.
You! I never thought you'd show your face in this part of town after what you've done here. As if it wasn't enough losing someone close, you took it out on innocent folk like us? What happened to you?
Pray tell, how on earth did you manage to survive? I don't recall this land being habitable without going mad with rage.
You underestimate our tribe. You thought you'd taken everything from the Beltorne Woods, but you're sorely mistaken. You have your secrets and we have ours.
Well, while we're being secretive, allow me to bring offerings of a secret from the Domeplex.
Try us.
See, it would normally be a secret if I hadn't known your medical facilities had Vitamin C supplements.
How?
Oh, you thought I was clueless? Well, guess what? I know everything!
Dovacom! This can...
Soon enough, the biotide will swallow you whole, and we may finally have use for your decayed respite, known as your corpse.
Why, Abram? A world was perfect before you overturned everything. Buildings on fire, innocent civilians walking dormant in dystopia, destruction everywhere. Is this what you wanted?
Sometimes you have to make a mess before it comes clean. Survival of the fittest. I'm sure you know all about that too.
You monster! Someday, there will be someone far stronger than you, and you won't be near enough prepared for the anarchy they'll bring to your doorstep.
Oh, wonderful, they've arrived.
Let go of me!
A word of advice. Struggling will only make them giddier.
Do you hear yourself? When that day of reckoning comes, you'll know what real peril feels like.
Oh, so very ignorant. I've seen the face of death in my lab. And it's laughable. No, please! I will give you one chance to redeem yourself here. You can either join our forces with the Domeplex, or make my biotides rather upset. My advice, you wouldn't want to behold the latter.
Your new world order? Shove it up your ass!
Just like my brother. Scatter the grounds. I want every last one of them found and brought back. Why do they defy me? It makes all of this so pointless. Takes away the fun. Nevertheless, what fun is it when we cave in? Defiance is futile. And nobody defies the Valentine Renegade!
Havoc Be Thy Game is the first track on Goliath's Throne and is a continuation from Heart of an Artist to keep the story going. From Heart of an Artist, we sort of brought the idea that there's this troubled soul that had been going through many, many different stories in his life and was able to finally come out of the other side. And now we're starting to see his rise. This is his Havoc. The spelling is not a mistake, it is intentional. Havoc is the word that we're using to describe the colony of his uprise. It's his colony. They are Havoc. After all those years of turmoil and pain, it's time for him to rise up again. That's Havoc Be Thy Game. Hibernation is the second track. This describes the Goliath's year of isolation away from life, and how this person who used to be dealing with all these troubles has now gone to sleep in a slumber, and now is willing to wake up again after that as a completely new beast. He's not a force to be reckoned with, he is not to be messed with, he is out there to kill any toxicity that is headed his way. This is the description of somebody stepping away for a long period of time and coming back as a totally different person. Maybe not totally different, like not losing too much moral compass along the way, but healing, so to speak, from all the wounds that have been given over the lifetime that he's had.
It's just another day, I'm hiding in the water to be forgotten. As I wash away the sins and tragedies, I'll come back home in the morning. But just a warning, I'm not the same after the hibernation. Control the embodiment of pain, I would fade away. In a matter of seconds, I have taken that much wild way. If I take the time to heal from the pain of my life, never do when it strikes and delivers some primal objective to destroy. From the body and the mind, haters come to help me find a way out. It's all about inner peace. Just a warning. It's just another day of hiding in the water, to be forgotten. As I wash away the sins and tragedies, I'll come back home in the morning. Just a warning, I'm not the same after the hibernation. It's just another day of hiding in the water, to be forgotten. As I wash away the sins and tragedies, I'll come back home in the morning. Just a warning, I'm not the same after the hibernation. It's just another day of hiding in the water, to be forgotten. As I wash away the sins and tragedies, I'll come back home in the morning. Just a warning, I'm not the same after the war. It's just another day of hiding in the water, to be forgotten. As I wash away the sins and tragedies,
And the Animal is the third track off the album and is to describe the inner beast that isn't us. It's a trigger, it's a sign not to be messed with. It's something that we ourselves can't overcome. We end up becoming beasts of our own ferocious natures through primal instinct to lash out at others. That is our inner animal, and if we're messed with, that's what's gonna become, is the animal. This is the Goliath of the moment. This is a newborn person with a newfound strength, and that can easily be turned around in more violent ways than you could ever think of.
The student bunch of race signals me to go.
think this album definitely demonstrates the idea of emotional torment as well as rising up against money. This is the idea that like money is essential to live, but by using it as our fuel is a very greedy campaign and has, at least in my experiences and probably a lot of my friends' experiences, ruined a lot of friendships and a lot of foundation in terms of chemistry. Money has been able to abuse people and put people into turmoil, and you know, the Goliath has been put out there in the open. People know of him, people have seen his turmoil, and will now capitalize on that. That is the corporate pain.
For all the pain and put right
That is a legitimate F-bomb to the world. That's our inner thoughts whenever we hear rambling, whining, snowflaking, practically everything in this world. World doesn't always work in your favor, and if you're sat there demanding stuff and sat there making a bad name for somebody, I mean, a lot of people in this day and age prefer to apologize, but also in this day and age, apologies don't work. So, fuck you is pretty much the best way to do it. So, Cold Man is a legitimate middle finger to anybody who has opposed them, even though they are of innocent doing. We're all human beings, and the Goliath has gotten to that point now where... Do I need to say any more?
My threat is constantly evolving.
Trojan, that's a very easy song to talk about because I've spoken about this so many times. The ideal of bias. The ideal of hearing one piece of information from one person and disregarding any other piece of information that anybody has mentioned to form your final opinion. It's a virus. And it's ruined a lot of my friendships. There's a lot of people in my life who've believed in something so harshly only for it to be a different thing. Actually, cancel culture describes that completely, and drama describes that completely, and exposure on the internet describes that so discreetly. It's a virus. Trojan is the very embodiment of that, and if we don't end up, because there is a cure, we can listen to the other side, we can be a bit more open, not judged by the book of a cover, focus pure and hard on getting the truth and not just something you want to hear. That's where I feel as though that's the vaccination, that's the cure. But nobody's doing that, so forever and a day, that's what we're seeing is Trojan. It's a virus, and it's spreading.
Control the worst, born to be chosen, out to the ocean. Need to survive, taken dead or alive, jumped on the home and through the emotion. Now I seek to free myself from the chains untamed, from the chains untamed. But the more I caress the pain, I still remain as the virus that fights me to bring me down. I wait as I've been torn by the Trojan. Nowhere else can make me feel like the light is found. I break as I've been torn by the Trojan. Torn by the Trojan. Regurgitate, intoxicate. This information is done defamation. So maybe I hardly made you inside. No middle ground and no hope to win this fight. The water is getting deeper and I can't breathe, and I can't breathe. But the more I climb through this pain, I still remain as the
Surveillance is the next track. It's the feeling of always being watched. As an internet personality myself, I find that I'm always watched. I'm always on target, and no matter what anybody does, it will be documented. It will be used against you later down the line. And I mean, this resolved right after Cold Man to a point where it doesn't matter. They can say what they want, but they're the worse off. It doesn't stop the anxiety of feeling monitored. And, you know, the Goliath, as much as he's given up a middle finger to the sky, it doesn't exactly change the idea of always feeling watched. You will still feel that anxiety, and that can lead to a lot of dark places, which comes to the next one.
Is anyone there? The eyes.
Exploding like dynamite. And with that, your unmerited mood
Bloody Ether touches on the subject of cyberbullying and suicide. This one had a large backstory. I've seen a lot of people fall under through cyberbullying. The blood signifies the death, the ether describes the internet. And that's what made the idea for snakes to be in the album cover. Those are his ether snakes. And, you know, we all have them. We all have been there and probably not intentionally done something crazy in the first place. But we have to normally be careful about what our words are online and who we speak to, because we could damage someone, we could kill them. And we don't want another piece of blood on our hands. We just don't want it anymore. But we also can't afford to care too much, and that's what the world is at the moment. It's also the idea that there's always a helping hand. There's always someone out there who's wanting to turn the lights on for you, because we're all in a pretty shit place. So we need to get out. And what better way to do that than by your close friends and family? There was a music video idea for this, but you know what I'm like, procrastinating. you're better off is, it definitely comes from a place of my own experiences. I've always felt like I'm better off. I've always felt like people are better off without me, especially those who deal with a lot of life circumstance, a lot of depression, a lot of anxiety, can ruin a lot of foundations around everybody else. It brings down the mood, it makes people worry so much, it makes them stop eating and sleeping, and it gives you that anxiety that you're always so much better with them having a peaceful life without you. And you could just, hide in the shadows and just disappear. That's an anxiety that I've always suffered with. That song was written in a place where I legitimately felt like that. The song does segue into the understanding that these are all just anxieties, because that's all anxieties are. Just anxieties. They're your worst case scenario playing in your head constantly. And if you don't fix that, it can really get you into some strange places. That's why I always recommend cognitive behavioral therapy, or any therapist for that matter, who can handle your emotions very well. And also just trusting your friends. They don't want you gone. Nobody wants you gone. Nobody's better off about anybody, except for murderers and pedophiles and terrorists. That's self-explanatory, but decent, hardworking people who are doing innocent things and stuff that isn't really too maliceful. I think everybody deserves a chance, so that song is in the aid of that. It's a representation of anxiety, but also allowing you to know that it is only that, and we all love you.
One hope, one life, one dream to make it a reality. Oh, that's so hard to try. One minute, just a shell, broken down into another hell, just pushed off to the side. Just move on, I'm all alone. It's not like much has changed, all is arranged. But it's okay, 'cause I'm fine in the water down below. Just do not fray, 'cause I'm fine in the shadows. It'll be alright, turn the page, another chapter will play. It'll be alright, you're better off without me. Look past my doctor railing insanity, and you wait to find the perfect coil. I know it seems like another episode of anxiety. Just you wait, I was always in the soil. Now move on, you'll do just fine. It's always another day, I'll find a way. But it's okay, 'cause I'm fine in the water down below. Just do not fray, 'cause I'm fine in the shadows. It'll be alright, turn the page, another chapter will play. It'll be alright, you're better off without me. Surrender. right hand off to the road where we ride together. Just know you're not alone. But it's okay, 'cause we're fighting the water down below. Just do nothing, 'cause we've seen the light. It'll be alright, turn the page. Another chapter will be. It'll be alright. You're better off, just like me. Come back to me, leave behind your troubles in the water. Come up to the shore, you're better off with me.
Override and Conquer is the song that capitalizes on every other subject matter that's revolved around the album so far. It's all of these are a thing. Corporate greed, anxiety, mental illness, suicide, cyberbullying, all this sort of stuff. We eventually find that peace of mind once we are aware of all of this, to override and conquer. That's the idea of the song, is to have a bit more empowerment, a bit more push, because we all need it sometimes. I feel like if we don't have that power in ourselves, then we can't get anywhere, so we have to be aware of our problems first before we go out of it. And the Goliath has had to learn a lot in this whole track list so far, and will still continue to learn. He's not perfect, neither are you, neither am I. None of us are perfect, but we can still overcome it, each and every day. Mark my words.
We will not be a slave to man. We will not be moved by the coroner. We don't get one shot of life, and it's now. Override and conquer. Religion paid in titanium, a sacrifice for the cranium. United Nations will flourish, no perish, there's nothing left to vanquish.
Omen Child is the metaphor to describe what the world as a whole has made. This demon child that is out there to kill, is out there to breed, is out there to falsify life itself and make it some big deal. Because of protesting, because of ideal opinions that are different from each other, because of the lack of awareness of what we do as people, and because of our primal instincts, and because of our corporate greed, because of all this sort of stuff, we've created this beast that everybody has claimed is the worst thing about this life, is that life sucks. What can you do about it? I mean, I could tell you a million times a day that there is stuff you can do about it. It's whether the world will change that, and they've not. So that's where we are, that we're dealing with this disaster. And even this album, I don't think is going to stress the idea that people will be aware of their actions, people will be aware of the other people's side, and people will be open. That's just a thing, and I really hope that eventually one day we get to destroy the Omen Child that we've created.
comes crashing down. Who's left to save you?
Testify the Modern Eye was written with the idea in mind, whatever mistakes we go through, there's always going to be a right and wrong. And if we've gone through it to see the day, then we can testify ourselves what we see for the representation of the world. So it's not just a biased viewpoint, taking into account that you've had to live other people's lives and see other people's lives, witness it and live it yourself. Knowing that everybody has mistakes and everybody goes down the path of hell at one point, we should be allowed to change that around. We should be given more forgiveness in that hindsight, just to testify that Modern Eye. And there we are. That's the meaning of that song. I am sick of people just having zero forgiveness for some of the most menial of things, the most menial, and it needs to stop. That is the Goliath's idea of asking for that forgiveness back. It's a hard thing to do, but after all of this, I think he deserves a chance. I think he does. happens when the Goliath is not forgiven. These people have gone through hell, and a lot of these people have also been demonized to the point where they are no longer the face of the world in their eyes and would rather them dead. There's been a lot of death threats online. That happens a lot. Hell, I get them sometimes. But that's just it. The Goliath, if he's not forgiven, much like anybody who doesn't get forgiveness and doesn't have a chance to evolve, where else to go but down? And, you know, by expressing that idea that he is a very aggressive person now, after going through all of that and still nothing, it's no wonder that we get criminals. It's no wonder we get villains in this world. It's no wonder we start seeing terrorism and start seeing these crazy things, because not a lot of thought was put into how we mold them as people in society and how we make them and prevent them from getting that far. And it's the problem behind not the government. It's not the problem behind their personal well-being. A lot of it is down to what they see and what they've felt in life. They've been given all this, influence from people who may have not forgiven them for something small. Maybe all their friends left them. Maybe that stress caused them to fail in school. Maybe the school didn't do anything about it. Maybe the parents didn't care. Maybe they didn't do anything about it. And when you get this visceral, you don't get a lot of forgiveness and there's not a lot of kindness in the world, that can send a guy down, 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 down. And we get shootings, we get explosions, we get tsunamis of violence, not actual tsunamis, that's kind of a nature thing. But just a lot of turmoil. And that's what the Goliath has started to do right now, is after all of that, and still no recognition for it from close people, close minds, the Goliath has gone on a rampage, and this is his rampage song. But all good things must come to an end. His tirade has been stopped, he has been restrained, and he's now going away.
My time has come. deny the authority of the throne. For I, the Goliath, the complex messiah, I fight alone. It's all the same, like a cold German sickness, breaks more and stronger than me. For I'm a holy conductor, made of stone, on the Goliath's throne. Now to oblivion tonight, hear me cry.
The beast has been tamed once again. With every sworn revenge comes consequence to every demon. For every child, for every mother and father. A will the same ran once again.
You can't train me. You can't train me. I am invincible. I am invincible. You can't train me.
Going away is the consequence of standing up for yourself in a very visceral ordeal. There's no denying that people get violent, and we've found out where the origin lies from, because there's an origin behind absolutely everything. But the Goliath has now been punished for this, and is now getting sent away to a point where he's doing time behind bars, or maybe something crazier down the line, who knows. But this also relates to people who, you know, they've gone through hell, and, you know, they are going away, whether they're dying, whether they're going away for a long time, maybe they have to go away for something, and it's a punishment. This is their goodbye song, and for me, I always thought I was going to get that point, so I did that with the idea of saying goodbye, personally. But Goliath is obviously going away for a long time, and as far as the album, in this story, that's where we end it for now. There'll be a continuation in the future, but I'd say that's it. Bonus tracks aside, that's pretty much the story of Goliath's Throne. Hope you enjoy. Peace.
I can keep the heart beating softly, powerful in the breeze. But desperate times caught me where I lay, ready to take me away. I've given it all but accepted my defeat. The punishment repeats. Is there anyone out there who knows my pain? Stop falling, I'm falling for you. My final words to the ones I love. I'm coming back, so keep looking above. I'm doing time behind bars. Taken the hours of pain and held it quietly. To no avail I received.
done, the end has just begun. I've given a day and time to rectify the past and all its beasts, but with nobody out there to know my pain, I've fallen for you. My final words to the ones I love: I'm coming back, so keep looking above. I'm doing time behind bars.